Okay, so today is the first of this year's competition. Oh, excuse me as I practice my Chamorro. Okay, don't lecture me or my grandma if I hear these words. All right, so this is the Conferencian Contestacion Iza Marianas and Shulapal Malili Lal Marianas, the regional dialogue. Welcome to all of our extinguished guests from around the island, around the Sinamay, and of course, our sister island in Guam. Today is the first day of our two-day discussion on the Chamorro and Carolinian languages. We'll have 11 segments amongst... just a moment, we're having technical difficulties. I can present like this for now, but I think it would be easier on everyone else afterwards. Okay, so hopefully the batteries are on before our first presenters. So as I mentioned, we have 11 segments to discuss over these next 2 days. That'll be some presentations amongst over a dozen professional individuals in the field related to the Chamorro and Carolinian language. Hello? Okay. The first presentation will be from our friends in Guam, the Comisión y Finu Chamorro, led by Hope Cristobal. After that, we'll have a presentation on the PSS Immersion program from Pat Capileo. I am reading out now our program, which you can find in your packets. It's on the left side. It could be on the back, the backmost page. After the PSS Immersion program, we'll be going on a break, and following that break, we'll have a discussion on the Chamorro Dictionary led by Dr. Elizabeth D. Rehebe, Dr. Sandra Cho, Tita Hokog, and Manny Borja. The Netnun Amut Natibu and Mushil Safe Mekor Aramasal Filiu will be presenting, led by Joe Limis, Sid Cabrera, and Auntie Francis Sablon. After that, we'll have lunch. Today's PM session will be a report from the NMC by Dr. Ignacia Debapan on classes offered at the college on utilization of existing orthography in higher education level. That will conclude today's segments, followed by a Q&A and then a survey, which you can also find in the packet. Tomorrow's program can also be found in your packet, but for now we would like to call upon Uncle Ben Menizu to come up and lead us as we perform the US and Sinamay National Anthem.
Everybody ready? Oh, see, to see by the dancer Eli was so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sing us thy star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Ika tugalong kasi nagay gitano hatunay siyempre usaga manako sa hundi Marionas tutunahon Septil matawar Pacífico Caerno Paraguay Give them
very much for our lead, Uncle Ben. And also a round of applause to everyone else for joining along. Before continuing on to our welcoming remarks and brief remarks from our acting secretary for the CCA, we'd like to call upon Terry Flores to lead us with an opening prayer.
Gracias starta i la linea del Spirito Santo. Amen. So starta in gagagal para un guia hamuna. Aliti para pawa na ani sa nagumpan. Lo para tori item. Dagidin I minalagomo tanina sinyam. Un konihan ikaw tamayans. Da para dengkan unha wona tu. Igagagal Tatarmao ni Gayo Bilay yung matunay na amu magala di bet no makatina si Pito Masitan. Si Jesus si Kanemi Maria Bulaw siya si Jesus wagi sa hago matunan dito sa pamalawan. Matunay pinaguma sa Jesus. Matunay Tatay lahina del Espiritu Santo. Ginandos Tatay lahina del Espiritu Santo. Amen.
Good morning and blessings to you all. To bless you with our welcoming remarks, we'd like to call upon our Executive Director for the Chamorro and Carolinian Language Policy Commission, Mr. Melvin L. O. Faisal.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
morning. First of all, let me acknowledge the dignitaries and collaborating agencies, NGOs, donors, and supporters. I would like to recognize the presence of our Lieutenant Governor, Honorable Arnold I. Palacios, Honorable Speaker of the House, B.J. Atta, Honorable Edwin Bisa-Gomez, Honorable Chairman of the SNIOD, Congressman J.P. Sablan, and also from our Senate side, Honorable Senator Sixto Kusoma. Also the presence with us today is Mr. Mark Roboliman, Secretary, Department of Commerce, Mr. Roman Tudela, represented by former Congressman Kuri Ogo, Crispin. Mr. John Tugwell, Executive Assistant for the Carolinian Affair. Mr. Parker Yobe, Executive Director for the Commonwealth Cultural and Arts Council. As well as Ms. Vivian Sablan, the Acting Secretary of DCCA. The collaborating NGOs, Chamorro Dictionary, the Nenun Amud Natibo, Mueril Safi Mekko, and I will take this also to recognize the donors, Historic Preservation Office, Commonwealth Council for Arts and Culture, Office of the Secretary, Mr. Robert Hunter, Honorable Representative John Paul Sablan, Honorable Senator Sixto Gusomar, and as well as the Chamorro and Carolinian Language Policy Commission. I want to extend a thank you to Dusmasi Olomai, to the supporters and panelists, Mrs. Patricia Piro Capleo, Mrs. Vivian Nogis, Mr. John Hosono, Mrs. Rita C. Guerrero, Ms. Carmen Taimanyo, Mr. Jose Sanchez, Mr. Vicente Lanizo Sabaya, Mrs. Frances Mary Sablan, Mr. John Gonzalez, Mr. Pioni Hosono, and the staff of the Chamorro Carolinian Language Policy Commission. And Dr. Liz Rehebe, as well as Dr. Sandra Chung. With that, I start off. The goal of this gathering unites us to strengthen, perpetuate, and preserve our language and culture. What we should be discussing is how these living dynamic forces, which comprise of our heritage, can be strengthened and enhanced. Being part of ourselves, they must be something we can relate to and embrace, even if it is at times difficult and uncomfortable. The key term is living. Living cultures, living arts. What is alive, by definition, necessarily subject to the process of change. As human beings, we are born, we grow, we age, and we die. A new generation replaces us, and the cycle begins anew. Culture and the arts undergo a similar or with slight transformation. Any serious discourse on these matters must be recognized, that aspect. We need not fear change because it is as certain as dawn of a new day or the fact of death. It happened regardless of our best endeavors. This regional dialogue is timely for some because of the concern with globalization. It is not a recent occurrence. This engagement began for most of us here in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Island with the coming of the missionaries and colonization. It is at least more than centuries old. Perhaps the most dramatic aspect of the recent wave of globalization is the rapidity with which it has made our planet Earth a far smaller place. True, this latest wave is almost typhoon or tsunami-like, and we face the prospect of being engulfed. As history dictates, we survived the missionaries and the colonial area of 4 foreign governments: the Spanish, Germans, Japanese, and cross territory. We can also survive this onslaught, but we must be ready and willing to ride the nip tide. The teaching of our language is the starting point. This poses special challenges on all of us. However, we must begin somewhere. Language is as important as land as a mark of identity. It is what readily defines us as people and culture. Language and literature are fellow travelers. The vibrancy of culture is also measured in the richness of its folklore, its legends, stories, and histories. We all share commonalities in which we have a fine oral tradition throughout the Pacific or the Northern Mariana Islands. However, we now have to record our stories if they are not to be lost to us forever. In addition to the proud oral tradition we have, circumstances oblige us to become literate as a means of reinvigorating our languages and sense of ourselves, and so does the arts and culture practices. They will survive so long as there is a purpose for them. These facets of our heritage serve the needs of societies and communities, and not the other way around. So we must find and give new meaning for and to them. Our arts reflect where we have come from. They provide a base for exploring new forms of artistic expression. This applies for both arts and cultural practices. In fact, tourism has actually led in our case to the revival of our many dying art forms. Do I fear the future? No, because I believe in the strength and resilience of our cultures. To deny ourselves the advantage of progress is self-defeating and ultimately futile. Because that choice is dependent on us today. The liveliness of our culture will largely depend on the ability to respond to the changing needs of our peoples. It is as true as art as it is of culture, and language is the umbilical cord of arts and culture. Please let's welcome Honorable Hope Alvarez Custobo, Dr. Loring Soder, and Mr. Rosita C. Flores, official dignitaries from the Guam Language Commission. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Executive Director of the Chamorro Carolinian Language Policy Commission. Before going on to the rest of our program, we would like to call upon our Acting Secretary of DCCA, Vivian Sablon.
I think there's a reason why Melvin went first. A lot of history into his welcoming remarks, but good morning all, and Hafade, Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios, our honorable members of the legislature. On behalf of the Department of Community and Cultural Affairs Secretary Robert Hunter and the entire DCCA family, we would like to welcome our distinguished guests, and of course our participants both from Guam and on island to this first ever Guam and Sinamay Regional Dialogue. This conference marks a significant movement as the CNMI partners with the Guam Language Commission, consisting of government leaders and non-government organizations or NGOs, to identify and strategize towards the best approach for the indigenous language maintenance and preservation. This regional dialogue brings our partners together, pooling knowledge, skills, and tools as vital resources. And as if you guys can look around, take a look around, your neighbors in this room this morning, this room is very rich right now. Very rich of resources. I have individuals in this room that were teaching when I was going to school. I have colleagues that are working with language. I have I don't want to state names because I don't want to reveal your age. But we have individuals in this room that are currently teaching, teachers to our children, so that everybody knows that we're very rich in resources in this room. Aside from putting it all together, what is more important is being able to pass these critical resources down to the next generation. And that the only way that that can be done effectively is through shared knowledge and experience. This particular event today and tomorrow serve as part of that shared knowledge and experience component. As the program agenda for the next 2 days will offer a variety of content areas, we would also like to highlight that this very content area can also affect family preservation, whether it be through Chamorro Carolinian English dictionaries, whether it be through the Chamorro Carolinian curriculums and programs at the school level, translating public documents, and more. Preserving language in our community in every shape or any form can affect and strengthen our families through cultural preservation. Thank you to our partners, our public school system, Northern Marianas College, the Carolinian Affairs Office, our Indigenous Affairs Office, our CNMI Museum, our Department of Commerce, and the many agencies that are present here today. Thank you to the Chamorro Carolinian Language Policy Commission staff, to our CNMI Council for Arts and Culture staff, and our Historic Preservation Office for hosting this first ever conference. On behalf of our DCCA team, we hope that the next 2 days will be filled with excitement and engagement as we pool our resources together and move to preserve our Chamorro and Carolinian languages in our community. Thank you, good morning, and welcome you all.
Okay, as we open up our program, I ask that everyone opens up their minds and their hearts as we all work towards strengthening our language here in the CNMI, in Guam, and anywhere else that our people might be. Coming up first will be our presenters from Guam, led by Hope Cristobal. It's the Commission Ifinu Chamorro.
First, I would like to thank all of you for your hospitality and your welcome. We came last Tuesday and we spent our time getting nervous because we didn't realize how big this dialogue was going to be. We had anticipated the Language Policy Commission and our commission basically sitting down and finding ways of collaboration. And that was merely our expectation, but goodness gracious, the Carolinian and the Chamorro community here, you have put on a big show that we were not really prepared for, but thank God we have been working very hard in Guam, and so we pulled out our slides and said, oh, we've got to do this, because we didn't have much time. But Melvin Faisal, Dankulo na si Drus Maase, ni todo ti so muni on koni todo i ahensya kultura sa lingwahe binigi sa Saipan put magahit mas kumplido i inatanta sa inisgayhon mo na ni para ta atitude para tasuon mo na i lingwahe sa ni kultura. Dankulo na si Drus Maase ang di ba na yes sago ina Napu gini segundo magalohi Arno Sedus masih loki haga sa no hamtu zani manilu bahasa gini manilu punya sekarang i zokusian nephews and nieces manyasaga gini haga sa kita Saipan insiluhu visita niga gi simentezo sa estimalago na po mahafot familia Alvarez. Pues no todo hamtu ni tata legislatura ni visita niga jan i finena na finatulni sa pago na haani dangklo na si Diyos masi hamtu ni political leaders magahin na lingwahe sa ni kutrata hanisisita ma-assisti ginin i politika na banda. Pues hami gi komisyon gi Guam no kada dia inaagang ni senador siya kinsiya siya lo vanabray stanwa mas gi uno dos gi mes imbisisita. Pues mauling na resulto sa gitutuho ni komisyon mami 130 high yung mami budget gi 2017. Pues ani maripara siya i tsumami zani i mandate ni iham in magana na comprende na tisinas dito so wini 130,000 na pues wini na sakan in gana 467 meet ay naman minago fam law. Sinanaho nga sa bula winifi. So what I would like to do is basically start off with so we don't so we're pressed for time. I would like to just begin to talk a little bit about the Chamorro language and the Commission in Guam. So the Chamorro language is numerically in decline, as we all know, but spiritually on the ascendancy. It is reflected in the robust interest in the teaching of Chamorro and the efforts to mandate the teaching of the Chamorro language dating back to 1977. Chamorro was declared an official language in Guam in 1974, and the original Chamorro Language Commission was created in 1964 through two public laws. In spite of all this attention, the numbers of Chamorro speakers continue to decline, and some estimate that almost all first language speakers, so the first language speakers are over the age of 55 and will certainly be reduced to a few thousand in 10 to 15 years. There are thousands of second language learners of Chamorro with a wide variety of skill levels. By the 1960s, the intergenerational transmission of Chamorro language ended in the majority in the homes. That's the only place you will find it. In recognition of the reality that the language is the main conduit to Chamorro culture identity for millennia, the loss of the language will be a major tragedy. The Commission Fino Chamorro has been established in order to provide the maximum opportunity for continuity through standardization of the language in its written form, to encourage its use in spoken form, and to increase usage in formal settings. The first Commission, formed in the mid-1960s, was brought into existence to study the antecedents, prescribe good usage, create a dictionary, and standardize the language. The Mariana's orthography that was adopted then, and in spite of a few detours along the way, it is still essentially the base spelling system that we use in Guam today. The Chamorro language had an active and separate presence within the government of Guam until 1999, with the creation of the Department of Chamorro Affairs. Chamorro language issues were guided by the Cultura Board under the overall umbrella of the department. By 2017, activities on behalf of the standardization of Chamorro language were minimal with the passage of this new commission, creating the Comisión Fino Chamorro sa nifinanawin in Historia sa nilinala tautautono. Commission on Chamorro language and teaching of the history and the culture of the indigenous people of Guam. This ambitious legislation outlines 14 separate responsibilities and duties which are designed to promote the use of the Chamorro language in the community as well as in the schools. It also specifically grants the Commission authority over Guam place names. So our commission serves as a Guam place names commission. We want to assure that these new developers coming in don't rename our old antique or ancient place names. About several years ago, maybe 20 years ago, when Leo Palace came around, they had over 11,000 acres that they were using. They wanted to name it the Leo Palace Hills or the Leo Hills, and the commission stepped in and said, no, the name of that place is Manyengun. So there's a big sign now that says, entering Manyengun Hills. So we need to step our foot down and claim our place names. And we will be talking a little bit about that. In terms of broad public support and concern, the Chamorro language is on the ascendancy. It is used in more than just perfunctory ways by many children. There are now hundreds of proficient second language learners. And Ifino Chamorro Guam is celebrated by almost all segments of island society. However, the future of the language is still very much a contested matter, and it may not last until the end of this century. It is unrealistic to assume that a commission, our little commission of 9 members, will save the language on its own. But it is also impossible to imagine the language surviving without a very strong commission, the Commission Fino Chamorro. So one of the very first things that our mandate requests for us to look at is the Chamorro orthography. I'll briefly touch on that and then I'll close my remarks. With the enactment of the law that created our commission, came the responsibility to refine a standard way of linking the alphabetum Chamorro to the sounds of our indigenous language. We adopted some changes to the Marianas orthography so that we may embark on the Commission's vision and plan goals and objectives. And orthography is simply the establishment of norms of spelling, emphasis, capitalization, punctuation, pre and infixes, and other rules for writing our language. We also know that there are always more sounds than letters, that no alphabet fits its language exactly. We see this in the dialectal differences of spoken Chamorro. While spoken language varies from place to place and from time to time, written language will always be less flexible than its spoken parent. Written language has a different function and is produced mechanically. It must serve everyone who speaks the language, and it does this by keeping the spelling similar from one time to another. By this adopted orthography, the Commission members made great efforts to provide a more standardized approach to writing Chamorro. The Commission acknowledges the dialectical, generational, island-specific, and personal preferences. In careful consideration of our movement forward, we agreed that our own orthographic rules and use of alphabetum Chamorro must also conform to the broader norms of language systems in society. For example, the adherence to the rule of endonyms. Other considerations of language that must be explored in the standardization and the advancement of Chamorro includes, for example, studying the desired relationship that Chamorro a non-English language will have with English. Agreeing on a shared way to use alphabet and Chamorro in writing is necessary in building proficiency and therefore building stability into Chamorro as the mother tongue of our people of the Marianas. The consistency that we sought was to be able to represent all and only the distinctive sound contrasts with the fewest possible symbols and conventions, including an attempt at preserving historical information, highlighting cultural affiliations, and supporting dialectal or regional variations. I hope that you will enjoy our presentation this morning, and I now call for Dr. Sauter to begin our slide.
Manana si Jules Hamza todo, dangklo na si Jules Moasi sa kumbida hang wini, sa manago fam, sa maninit nunhit poko. Betutuhon lo Terry and Hope, mala ulo sa siyempre Hamza no, lopit no. What we'd like to do is we'd like to share with you some of the features of the Commission's work, beginning with our logo. Our logo is formed like an atsu-atupat. And that is because the slingstone is a very popular artifactual symbol of the Chamorro culture, no? And it's found readily in all of the ancient sites. So we begin with the atsu-atupat, but we also, the symbolic representation is the representation of imata, imatata, kumumatautotano hit. And the mata is also resonant of the symbolization that is used across the Pacific. If you go to Hawaii, if you go to Aotearoa, to New Zealand, if you go to all of the cultures of the Pacific, the reference to sight is mata, or, you know, in some way, shape, or form. Wala ba na dilitea, you know, diferentes na klasin no dilitea lo. Mata is the representation of Pacific knowledge, Pacific sight. So we use it as a representation of the Chamorro insight. Ezi gagi gisan halongta, gagi itiningo I manyainata, buhina klasin inata, no? So it's not just the eyesight, iataduk, it's the insight, how we connect with the legacy of our ancestors. And then, of course, without our oceans, we wouldn't be here. We are descendants of great navigators. The Chamorros, the ancient Chamorros, came into our islands 4,000 years ago. We are the descendants of 150 generations of Chamorros. And so the ocean is a very important part of our identity. The land is a very important part of our identity. And of course, the sky, because we know that our ancient ancestors were great navigators. They were phenomenal scientists, and they were the greatest astronomers of the time. So we want to make sure that we capture all those symbols in our logo. The creation of the Commission was done through Public Law 33-236, and this law is now known as the Chamorro Heritage Act of 2016. Okay, Terry and Hopi, you want to come up and introduce the members of the Commission? Si Polly, imasuti mo na mapunta, edso na kalan no, sumaylang gini sa ti malitoto na todo.
Si Diyos masilong. Pues, i-membro gini gi Commission, man maapupunta, representa i various sectors gi government of Guam. Pues si Robert Underwood and si Terry Flores Winnie, Gagigakagweko, siya mo representa University of Guam. The appointment is for 4 years for all of us. And si Rufina and si Jimmy Teria Chamorro Studies Program, representa i Guam Department of Education. Si Rosa dan si Loling, representa i Governor's Office. Si Anne-Marie, Vice President in the Department of Chamorro Affairs, was automatically sumauna the mandate. Guahud and si Polly, Felix Berto, were representa i legislatura. So, tuka matulay ka i administrasyon, manggagaya i komisyon, i member ng komisyon for continuity, no? Pues itinanga, we had to come up with a mission vision statement. Gi utsaloni usuon mona zan uhot kunuzi ilina la Chamorro uta atituzi kinahulu tinautaw za upetsigi ifinu Chamorro ilina la zan ifinalofa ni tautautonu wahan. We lead nation-building efforts to ensure the continuity for Chamorro peoplehood and nationhood by fostering the restoration and revitalization of our language, culture, and history as Wahan Tautautano. So we built in this broader idea of decolonization.
We take a look at the responsibilities and goals. So the first goal was that to create administrative and operational structure. The second goal is to continually study and update the orthographic rules of the Chamorro people and to provide notification to public and private institutions of updates to the Chamorro orthography. Goal 3, consult with government leaders and others in the CNMI to recognize and establish agreement relevant to the orthography as well as existing regional differences. Goal 4, advise public and private institutions and media related to the alignment of both spoken and written media, publication, signage, and manuscripts with the grammatical and orthographic rules established by the Commission. More, Goal 5, provide requisite updates to the Chamorro English Dictionary. Goal 6, establish a Chamorro translation service for public and private entities and individuals, broadcast and written media with an appropriate fee structure for such services. Goal 7, develop standardized, culturally relevant curricula for mandated courses in Guam schools and institutions of higher learning related to Guam's history, language, and culture. And with this goal, of course, it includes the University of Guam and GCC as well. Goal 8, conduct research, publish, and produce multimedia and print materials relating to the Chamorro language, history, and culture. Goal 9, coordinate with educational institutions and businesses in Guam to ensure the appropriate use of the adopted, standardized Chamorro orthography and grammar. And Goal 10, provide training to promote increased understanding of the Chamorro heritage. Goal 11, function as a clearinghouse to provide advice for accurate representations and interpretations of Chamorro language, history, and culture. Goal 12, work with the Bureau of Statistics and plans to plan and conduct a survey to determine the existing number of Chamorro speakers. And our children learning Chamorro, which may direct Chamorro Revitalization Program efforts. Goal 13, serve as the Guam Place Name Commission to develop, implement, and advise interested parties on a coherent, culturally sound, and historically accurate set of criteria for selecting place names. Goal 14, study ancient Chamorro terminology and pronunciation of place names, and restore aforementioned pronunciation with the current Chamorro orthography. Goal 15, perform general reviews and evaluations as imposed by the government of Guam.
Okay, what we'd like to share with you, because those were the 14 mandates of the law. So the law gave us a lot of work to do. Didn't give us, as Hope said, a lot of money to do it, but now we're very pleased to, we spend all of our money on professional expertise, on contracts, and on the projects that we've connected. So we'd like to share some of those projects with you. Now, what we've been asked to do today too is to share our strategic plan, which we'll show you, but you'll also see that we have strategic planning. We engage in a 4-year planning process, so we have a strategic plan that extends to 2020. Then each year we get together for a retreat, a 2-day retreat, and we plan the actual implementation strategies for that year. And then we execute the projects and report back to the governor and the legislature each year on our accomplishments. So these are some of the things that we're very proud we've done. This is not all, this is just a capture of some of the more prominent projects that we've engaged in. We produced the first Pictionary, the first Chamorro Pictionary, Inedza Chamorro para Famaguan. And this book was produced in enough quantity so that we could give it to every school. So all of the elementary schools on Guam, public and private, have copies or are able to access copies of Inedza Famaguan for their classes. And we have class sets, so we were able to produce enough books, and we've actually brought some to share with the Commission here. Another of our big projects was our video vignettes. And Terry, are you going to speak to the video vignettes? Terry is the gehilo for the committee on culture that produced the video vignettes. And these are another aspect of our work.
This is really very exciting, and it is really a tool in teaching. Ikutula, no? Sa kulang na tempo kanan talili na kulang estetibo medut kutulata. Mucho mas para manhoben. Pues itutu na sinahinasul para ben pamatinas video. Ti anak ko este da 5 potolo da in atan ibalinya ikut turata. Hapa di posisi sustansiyanya ikut turata kumuman Chamorro, no? Pues zilay niya gineftaw, binayza, inafamauloy, inaazida, dan 5 potolo da gay timapod matawilo binu especially ka song fiat masangan put ifondon isawapin para nina sinas ti umujung na toto lo in isaha ifamagong gani basidagohan jan mujung ikimulada lo kwi zaman sen magapam jamali kumutong niya sinas ti ega di legislative channel umujung isitinga. Siguro
it's on the website.
Dan i-guide di Zoom i-commission kinu Chamorro na website. Pag din gua dengan malabang tu sinan atan din di po siya hapaginan mami situs mas.
Pues si commission kinu Chamorro.com is on mommy website. Sinya nam soda bula lagwihin ni tetu mommy. Kurihan plus ya lo i uno ni damkulo na.
Okay, usay microphone.
Ginin maestra zo pues hanggang boss that necesitas si Miguel. Well, see, orthography training, one of the first things that we did is we conducted, our mandate restricts us to training in the government of Guam. We cannot require companies or corporations to come to our training and learn to write Chamorro. So we had 2 representatives from every government agency attend our trainings in the orthography. We took them to the hotel. We paid about, I think, $4,000 to feed them breakfast and lunch. And they're always so happy to get a free meal. But they have homework. One of the first things they needed to do was bring their mission and vision statement for their agencies. And simply, they are trained to write that in Chamorro. They go back to their agencies and report to their directors, Chamorro. isustansyan itse tagwini gobernamento. So this is September 2018 and in May 2019, Winya Nasakan, the Commission had a series of intensive trainings on the updated Chamorro orthography, which we updated from the Marianas orthography, with more than 200 attendees from 9 different institutions. And by the way, we did get companies rolling in, very interested. And so 59 were awarded the designation as Chamorro liaison, language liaisons. So they went back to their agencies and they now translate for their agencies. So they don't have to keep asking us. Because we get paid $50 a month to do all this work, and we still get barraged by requests for translations. And so we've been providing that for free on the side. And by the way, one of the things that the Commission does is we are a kind of a clearinghouse for things Chamorro. I hate to use the word authentication, but that does come into play. So people would ask us to translate something, a document, a book, or something like that, and we put our seal, our good housekeeping seal on it. So that kind of gives it a little bit of a sense of dignity. Go na seal. The Gagi Commission, minafampanidodosuna yung taw-taong tanesti. Pues, na komisyon i-training na banda para guahagwini gi Febrero dia 3. Dos dokumento sa man si Jonas giniga na benatutungo gwi zangin sinya guahat man malago man magtugwam ben recibi hamzu free of charge. Lo hamzu por favor in fahan ni fleti. Lo zangin man magtanzu 3 días, depende pace training ben fanamotsamzu ben fanotsamzu na taloani lo ben na fagulat titanusmizu loke por orthography. So, Senora Carmen. Puwede man lagon zo sa nyoga, sa panihita, todi tiyan po. Pues este Endangered Languages Grant, yung tingnan na si Dr. Underwood, we just no promopoponian sa mga nang todo bulan idehanad sa timuritiraw. Ganyan papatigi papalamasa po famatilo. Man partner him, we went into partnership with UOG for this, what do you call it? Documenting Endangered Languages project from the National Science Foundation. And we were awarded about $300,000 for a 3-year grant to document Chamorro from first language speakers in Guam. Bulo kita medyo ni manggagigay pues ti manyaono gi documentary pues man matre-train los cuantos na maestra on documenting magahin na of technico ni sitong tumuto do si herramienta di por na set di para STE documenting. So I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on that. Anyway, STE na project, we are working with Dr. Ruskin, David Ruskin from UOG. He teaches languages. He's a linguist. We're working with Dr. Holly and even Sandy Chung is helping us with this project. So we can't leave Sandy Chung out. She's been very instrumental in helping all of us to have more understanding about our own writing systems. And so the Commission is working with the Mayor's Council right now. The mayors, we want our community to be involved in this project. So the mayors get to pick 5 people in the villages, the oldest they can find who are first language Chamorro speakers. And then those would be our informants that will provide the kind of interviews and videos. They'll be taping that will eventually be stored in the UH digital archive there. And also at the Micronesia Area Research Center. So we're going to establish this at MARC as well. We also partnered, we gave about $20,000 to learningtomorrow.com. It's Dr. Gerhard Schwab and Rosa Palomo pays for this. This is their private website where they have, I believe they have had over 7 million hits worldwide. People wanting to learn to speak Chamorro can go on this website and listen to the way it's spoken. Can learn all kinds of things about Chamorro. And so they are constantly updating the entries there, and more than 2,000 words have been added. So this partnership that Commission had guided the creation of 19 videos and 5 new learning units in Chamorro orthography and grammar. So anyone can access this, learningtomorrow.com or umedzatchamorro.com. Same with our Commission, chamorro.com. That's our Commission's website. So Anne-Marie, she's a director of the Line Agency Department of Chamorro Affairs, and she has this group called Fuetsan Chamorro. They meet every Monday. And these are like directors or deputy directors who want to learn to speak Chamorro. And they have their own, it's easy to develop a chat line. And so they only chat in Chamorro on the chat line. Very easy. The internet is so fabulous. They just open the world for us to use it. And so now today, Loli, you want to take over? We are learning from our grandchildren.
Gonna better masangan na tisinya sti man manyay na man manyago no. Lo, we take challenge to that. Sa maset tisinya man manyago ham patgun, lo sinya man manyago ham ideya zan gwini na banda sa gandinanya gifinamta Chamorro. This is our signature project. This is our baby, and we hope to see it through to at least kindergarten or first grade antes de benvitira. This Sagandinanya Gifinanta Chamorro is the Chamorro Revitalization Center that we conceptualized as a commission to be the hub of everything Chamorro. And it will also be the home for our archives, for our digital archives, for a recording studio, for a very high-tech digital learning center. Za esta lugar manaiham patini building gizatizan, if you're familiar with the Tizan buildings at Department of Education. So we partnered with the Division in Estudio Chamorro in DOE to create the center. We've already launched it, and I know we have only 10 or 12 minutes left, but I'd like to share with you the presentation that we made relative to the Revitalization Center. Okay, itinanga, ifinanyago, zanitinapangin isagata. Itinanga, the vision. Our language is our inheritance. As we heard this morning, our language is the umbilical cord to our culture. We all know that, no? Our mata comes from our language. If we're to connect with that ancestral knowledge, it comes through our language. Sa ifinota na gaigi todo itiningo. Itiningo i manyanata, no? So that became a very important part of the vision. We envisioned a place that serves as the nexus, the hub, for Chamorro language teaching and learning. We had to create some kind of safe place. Kosa ki sinya an manmati manhobin, sinya man manlatsi sin talik, okay? Without critical shame or whatever. So that's one of the main feedback that we get from young speakers, from would-be speakers. Oh, I understand, but I can't speak. Why don't you try to speak? Sa mamahlo zo, sa todi tempo and hafaw sangan sa latsi, malalati zo. So we have to get rid of that lalati impulse in us to when we teach our young people, because they have to make mistakes in order to do well. You can't learn a second language well until you learn it badly. And so we have to, give our kids a little slack. And when I'm talking about kids, I'm not talking about our little kids now. It's the 3 generations that have been lost to the English-only policies of the pre-war and post-war period. That's who we're talking about. Zaman man mahalan ifa maguanta, iman hobenta, man mahalan. They keep telling us all the time, we're longing for connection to our language. So we have to create the place and the kind of safety that will allow for that. That's what we envisioned with the Sagandinanya Kifinanta Chamorro. The birth, Ifinanyago. We joined in partnership and co-created a conceptual platform for Chamorro language revitalization to ensure continuity in future generations. Why a building? Because a building can't be dismantled as easily as people can be removed from positions and things like that, no? We named our dream child, and Terry really was the one who named the child in our commission. We were looking for a name. So si Terry, Sagandinanya Gifinanta Chamorro. So that became the name of our Sagandinanya. What is this Sagandinanya going to do? This revitalization center going to do? Document the spoken language of living first language Chamorro speakers. So that's why the project that Gehilului si Robert Underwood, Gi University in partnership with the Commission, that project will begin the process of actually documenting. Ben koni I manyaynata no, gi para I Sagandinanya that been record buetas mamingwintus. Provide opportunities for language learners to converse with first language speakers in a comfortable, affirming session. Develop an accessible, comprehensive archive. Taza Chamorro archive di Guam. Taza kanan masya mono unspihan kisinyo soda no. Sa taza gagi iluta tabia. Pues we want to create a virtual archives. Bula Chamorro mangagi gyotu lugar. Siha. Esa mas fanan mangagi kita America ki mangagi kita Marianas. So, and they're hungry too. Manyola ito siya lokwe para connection, no? Pues we want to create an accessible virtual archive. Sa Estipago naman malalagwit ipura virtual. And we want to provide teacher and parent training in Chamorro language education, promote research of place names, genealogies, and archaic Chamorro words. And here, this is so important because, ilugar, sinyaha, fumana, we hit hafama o agang I man at sagwas-kwas, we na lugat. No? Familia such and such, familia, fino Espanyol. Lo edzi man at sagwas-kwas, I clan names are attached to the location names where the clans resided. Pues ito na nag-go-fin po tantisti of the genealogy, not only of genealogy of lineage, but land lineage as well. Sa mantaw-taw tono hit. Tisinya na mantaw-taw hit sintano, tisinya loko itano sintaw-taw, no? So that we're intrinsically related in our genealogy of Chamorro heritage to our land. So that's very important. We want to really explore that. Avail Chamorro teachers with professional learning spaces to collaborate and enhance their classroom practice and fluency. Niga pa nagkumentinto sa man si Jonas sa sangonganiha, parewa tori problemata. We need to create a robust training process for our teachers, for both Chamorro and Refalawash teachers. No? Kosa kisinya maatan siya sa maonra siya sa hunggan magait man maestro siya, no? Man fafanakwi. So we're exploring that in relationship with the University of Guam and with the College of the NMI. So that's a very exciting opportunity that we want to explore and use the center as the hub for some of that activity that we can do virtually. So we'd love to be able to speak with you about that further. Support Chamorro immersion programs with on-site training, instructional materials, and other research-based resources to produce fluent Chamorro speakers. Eko ako intingo, lo esta intutuhon izumami immersion. We have a pilot immersion project at PC Lujan with kindergarten, all in Chamorro. Every subject is taught in Chamorro. Edso mauusay finot Chamorro. And in order to make sure na magay na waha context para ifamaguan, what we did was we convinced the superintendent to put the immersion project within the Hurao Academy program. So Hurao Academy is run strictly in Chamorro, right? And the children need a Chamorro nest. And manusing famagun sa English mahuhungok ni nga ano mausay finot Chamorro, right? So we wanted to make sure that we created the environment, the nest for the kids. Pues kalan estuary na or sanctuary, tayo na klase. So what we did was we created, Hurao moved to PC Lujan, di veras. Besang onem to donkulis din na kinalamtin lo gipurfin in Segui. Za intutuhon pa ako na sakan. So we have the nesting program, and the Nene Academy of Hurao is going to be the pipeline. So that's the pipeline for the children going into the kindergarten class. Za anay matutunan sila niya tawto ni ngayon. Tisi niyan sa gwig eskwela, no? Di beras besang onim sa kanadia mo, humano zo pabe, no? Pabe sa ifamaguan, no? Za gitutuhan niya, none of the children that were enrolled at the Nene Academy or the kindergarten, none of them spoke Chamorro. Gitutuhan niya eskwela gizagusto, no? 2 weeks later, sige so humano na umbilikera so na zano humano so pabete ko magana seniors din matsogi, right? Esta man matutuhon man fifino Chamorro. Pago malalala dihit and mahungog na atausa un palabran fino English bira. Man goflak sila magun pago. It's really amazing and mamaton zuwa por favor visita immersion sa ni programan Hurao sa siyempre mago fi corazon nito sa unhumog esti man tititing na pamaguon man finot Chamorro sa edi mauli ifinot Chamorro niya sa edso at mahuhumog hunggan sa siyempre masangonyo anong usay ifinot English red zone sa edso nagnisiya. Pues esta gui itinapangin sa gata, esta ma-dedicate, matu magahagan buwahan, dyan segundo magalaki, dyan mamalo siya na mangge hilo itanumami, no? Dyan ma-dedicate este na lugar para sagan dinanya ifinamtat Chamorro, our Revitalization Center. Esta, strategic plan. Famon malagon zo leads mommy strategic plan, but it's the later. It's the later no sinya ha ben fanuyan zo ha fabidan mama may papit na banda. Pues dangkulo na si Zeus maasi sa unaihang oportunidad para ben impacti izaham zo ha fa bidan mama may komisyon pinut Chamorro gizagwam.
All right, thank you very much. As you may have noticed, we needed to give some extra time to our partners from Guam in order to give you a little more information on where they came from, what they've done, and of course where we're planning to go as a result of this dialogue. Coming up next, we'd like to call upon Pat Copleo to present the PSS Immersion program. She'll be presenting the curriculum and standards that are being utilized in the PSS program. She'll provide a brief summary on the 80-20 model, as well as the difference between language immersion project, which you've heard a little bit about, and a regular classroom. Ladies and gentlemen, Antipat Cableo. We'll take a little intermission for now. Give her some time to set up. Go ahead and enjoy the refreshments in the back. We have coffee, hot water for tea, unless you drink just hot water. There's also orange juice and some other refreshments for you.
Thank you for inviting me to this crucial event this morning. Welcome everyone. I welcome all our honorable guests. Siro Kalpujemi, Chakumubui, Ile Meseme, our community members, our visitors from Guam, and our representatives from up on the hill, and everyone else. So I have butterflies in my stomach right now. So just bear with me. I'll be stumbling along the way. Mr. Director there did not inform me what language I should be using. So if you allow me to, code switch between Carolinian, I'm a multilingual, so I'll be code switching between my language, your language, and their language. So thank you very much. I see a lot of good faces in here. Yes, this is a really rich environment that we're coming to, we're collaborating with. So I'm very glad to be here and present to you about the Immersion project. The project that I was heading, we got a 3-year project from ANA, the Administration for Native American. I know that there are other projects that are happening here. Carolinian Affairs Office, we have the 500 cells, and we have some new projects that are coming on. We have projects in Guam, and I guess some of the funding they have been able to get from ANA to do the our languages and culture. So I did this PowerPoint for our commissioner. The ANA commissioner was here recently in June. She visited us to come and take a look at our projects, and this was the first time that a commissioner from ANA came out here, and she was very impressed with our project. I could say that she was impressed with that, and she also visited other projects, and I believe she was also impressed with their projects. And one of our program analysts, which came after, was Mr. Alec Hardwick. He also visited all the projects here, I believe in Guam too, and was also very impressed with it. So we made use of the money. Our money was in the amount of 600,000 plus. Again, we started it was a 3-year project that began in 2016 and ended in, it was just recently, July 31st. We graduated our second set of students in June. That ended the classroom instructions, but the project continued until July 31st. And my last day was actually October 29th. So I'm here as a community advocate for our language and culture. Isn't our island beautiful? With a beautiful sunset. Just so that I show the commissioner and our visitors that. And if you are not aware, this is Saipan. We are located here. And it is one of the
Way down there.
Okay, Cagman is of course in the east. So,
Right there.
okay, right
For
there.
the project.
And it's a beautiful village. If you haven't been there, you should go there. We have, we have our 3 schools there. Elementary, feeder to junior high school, and then feeder to the high school. And that's Kekman Elementary School. Unfortunately, when we began this year, we had an issue with our power, so the students are on a half-day schedule at Chacha. We're being housed in Chacha right now. They're being housed in Chacha. And of course, all of our students are there in Chacha. Half of the time in the morning, and then in the afternoon, the students from Chacha come in. And it overlooks the beautiful view. This is the profile of last school year. So the school, which caters to the Immersion project, and it is the only school. They have instructions from kindergarten to 5th grade with the enrollment of 475 students, 21 HQT teachers, students with IEP 40, and ELL students at 65. And so you can see the different ethnicity there that make up our 475 students. Chamorro, Carolinian, Filipino, Palawan, Pohnpeian, Chukish, Thailand, Japanese, and Chinese. So it is very, very diverse. And here are administrators, Dr. Ignacio T. Demapon, an advocate of also, the language and culture. And, she's sitting right here.
Hello.
So unfortunately, I said if you go on English, I thought I would be speaking in Carolinian. But it's okay.
Sure.
We're so far so good.
Oh.
Okay. So our vice principal there, and we were able to, the undergrad was able to create jobs for myself. And there is Mr. Bowrick Welch, our advisor and grant writer. So he's written a lot of grants. And we're very fortunate that he helped us to write this grant. We were supposed to submit another grant for this year. Unfortunately, we didn't make the timeline because we needed to submit to PSS for our local share. And so hopefully we'll write up another grant for the coming year, and we'll get our immersion going again. And our community advocate, Talino, I heard that if he's on island, he would be here, but I think he's still in PI on medical reasons. The other funds that paid for our staff, we have our Chamorro teacher, Carolinian classroom teacher. We hired 2 teacher aides. And then we also hired cultural specialists. So at the beginning of the year, when we first started instructions, we had only 1 cultural specialist, and that was Mr. Joe Limis sitting back there. And Tatalino. So Tatalino, most of the time he was just volunteering his time in the first year. But then we didn't have much of the grant in the first year spent, and we what do you call that? What's the name? So we were able to move the rest of the grant because, you know, we were hit by the Typhoon Solar, Typhoon Yutu, so we were able to move part of the grant into the third year. So we hired more of our cultural specialists that came into the classroom as part-time teachers. So they came in the afternoon, mostly in the afternoon, and we also have one of them here, Mr. Joe Sanchez. He's a former teacher and, you know, advocate of also the both Carolinian and Chamorro languages. We had Miss Guerrero. She's a former Chamorro teacher too. And we have our, of course, put in my husband Frank. So he was just a volunteer in the first year. And part of what he did was translating our Chamorro and Carolinian activity. Another project that we did, we created a web page. So he was able to do that because Mr. Limis refused to do that. He'd rather just teach the students music and, you know, his cultural expertise. We have Mr. Patrick Romanor, very talented music and art teacher, and Ms. Benita Semen, who also taught the artifacts. And a lot of when I started looking for individuals to come in to help us, we also tapped some of you that are here. We tapped Ms. Francis. We tapped, others, Mr. the man in Borja here. Yeah, so we also tapped them, but, it wasn't possible because they had other projects. So, we're just glad that they're still reaching out to our indigenous community. So this would answer some of the questions. How is it different from the other regular courses? And I would talk about how is it different from CCLHS. These students are being, so it's only catered to kindergartners, right? And most of the instruction in the language is being done through mostly oral and listening, oral listening all day. Not really touching on reading and writing, but just reading and writing when it comes to the math or English lessons. And so these kids are there every day throughout the entire school year. But CCLHS, now with the challenges of teachers, challenges of funding, other factors, we only teach CCLHS like once a week, twice a week, for 40 minutes. And so that's the difference of it. And the other regular classes, of course, it's all being taught in English. So that is the difference. Oh, and like the rest of the CCLHS, the students begin their instructions with the Punimenti, Akapal, and other like the national anthem, cinema anthem. So this is the project goal, to participate in rich oral conversations. Like I said, very oral, very listening, very real life situations. So we take them out from the classroom twice a month to go visit our elders, or our elders come to the school and they teach our students. We also tap into the Carolinian Affairs Office, the cultural arts from Capitol Hill. So we also tap those individuals to come and teach to our students other than just our specialists. So inviting the community, inviting parents to teach them how to sing, how to weave, how to cook, going out there, going to Managaha, swimming in the ocean, learning about the animals, going to all the way up north, going all the way up south and down south. So they're very fortunate to, we're very fortunate to have the grant to have the students learn, get away from the classrooms and learn out there. And I was just sharing with another group that I was invited to Chacha to present also what I do in the project. And I was talking to a group of 8th grade students. So who has been to Managawa? A group of 30 students, and only three of them has been out there. So they haven't seen what our land provides or has out there. The ocean out there. They're just like learning in the classroom. So really taking the kids out there and really learning out there, realia. So again, bonding with our elders, understand and appreciate their culture, enjoy the cultural protective factors as a result of speaking their language. So again, these are some of the activities that we've done. And we saw the construction of our UT in, what do you call that? That beach down there. Civic Center. Yeah, so we've seen the construction of it, and they were able to see, how it started and how it ended. And it's very sad to say that, twice already it's been down by our typhoons, but it still holds. Again, answering to the questions, what happens in our immersion classrooms versus other classes. Of course, we still do any other activities that the school is doing. So we are still part of the Students of the Month. They had a graduation day. Any school performance, they are included. And they also reach out to the community where they're all in red. We went to the courthouse and we sang there besides other places. So, and one of the other beaches that we go to besides the beach at Carolinian Affairs Office or Managaha, we also, Tatalina brings us to his beach and they ride, the boat there, and we play in the sand and just learning a lot of stuff. So there he is teaching the students about the clams that you can dig out from the beaches. We also have summer camps. There again, them visiting the Office of Aging. Why am I? Also joining Liberation Day. So they've been everywhere. Collaborating with our other offices, the Carolinian Affairs Office, at the bottom there. We had a summer camp, they had a summer camp, and we came together. So project technology that was a project that was done in the previous years by Mr. Valerie Welch, where he had also elders and children coming together and creating those videos. So ours was the mycinema.com. If you want to write that down and visit the site later. So this site, we had videos of them in the classroom learning about cooking in the classroom, and then extended out to the home where the students, because one of the requirement of these students and parents as their homework was to keep the conversation going in their language. And so, the project, they learn about cooking in the classroom, they take it out to the home, and they also learn about cooking at the home with the parents teaching now the students in their homes the process of cooking breadfruit or even just singing in their language at the house. And so one of my grant was also in the group of first year students. So she learned, simple, sana micro, so you see, when you take them out there and you say, so this is micro, sana micro, let's go to micro. What's sana micro? Let's go to micro. Sana tinda. Let's go to the store. Sana gakko. Let's go to school. Sana lane. Let's go to the house. So, they're able to pick up the language that way just by simple vocabularies like that. And so she went and taught the other siblings in the home to sing Sana Micro. And so now they're learning the language through music. And they took the music and they taught their other cousins, their Chamorro cousins, everybody's singing Sana Micro. And, they kept singing that until my grandma, oh, I'm tired of hearing the song, please. But to the point where the youngest sibling, when she started her early learning in the early Head Start, they were taking turns, okay, you sing, and so she sang Sana Micro. And then the teachers were asking, can you please write that song to me so that we could teach the other students? So my daughter came to me and, can you write that song? So because they're teaching the students, the classmates of, the daughter. So she brought that there, and then during their graduation, they did that. And so you see the learning that, extends out there just by lessons from a little girl that spread. And one of the learning that, is a happy lesson is just learning to sing a song. And just learning to sing a song will get you learning a language. We also did some the parent surveys. So I wish I could have the surveys up, but one of the things that was addressed in the survey, asking the parents of those the group of students that were involved in the project, we were asking the parents, are you happy and glad that we had this project in the school? And a lot of positive things came out of that survey. I also teach online courses to high school students. So these are students in MHS, Rhoda schools, Tinian schools, and our island school, 9 to 12 graders, teaching Chamorro and Carolinian. And one of the questions that I always ask them, are you, would you have been, happier, or would you have wanted to learn your language growing up, because you know some of them or most of them, they never, I mean, they were taught from the home. And a lot of them would answer, oh my gosh, I don't know why they didn't teach me. I don't know why they didn't speak to me in my language. I would have wanted to learn my language. And so you see, those kids, the high school students, they've left. I mean, they're already grown. And what more, we want to keep the immersion project because it's teaching the very young kids, the fast learners. What more if they keep extending that? And part of the plan is to do that. So I hope that, you know, we have our friends from the Hill of the Here. We keep, you know, advocating this and trying to reach out to everyone. Even the commissioner was here last time. I mean, commissioner, we need that support here too, our own people, you know. So this is the assessment that we created for the students. Learning the shapes, colors, numbers, measurements, animals, body parts, action verbs. Just very simple. Action verbs is ite, matu, tahulukul, walutu, you know, both in Chamorro and Carolinian. So you can see. So this is the first quarter. They took the test 4 times. In the beginning of the year, pre-test. This is their pre-test first quarter, and then we had second quarter, third quarter, and then fourth quarter. So you can see the improvement there, right? You see a lot of zeros, and then second quarter you see the numbers moving up. Keeps moving up until at the end of the year. So you see they were able to learn a lot by the end of the year. And so this is the Carolinian, I just taking from the raw score. Again, showing the scores. So they were able to exit with the average 80% knowledge of everyone together. We had 10 students for the Carolinian class, and then 15 students for the Chamorro class. And the average at the end of the year was that, 75%. Other assessments that we're still creating for comprehension, because our indigenous assessment really teaches a lot about vocabulary. Now this one we're bringing in comprehension, and this is we have the help throughout the entire grant period, and teachers also went through training, EOL training. So the endorsement of teachers that went through this training will be, you know, them teaching immersion. So 3-year program with a consultant that works with EOL teachers, and also runs an immersion school in the States. Guided us with our assessments, and you know, coming in to observe teachers, even you know, teachers that are in the immersion project are also taking other trainings that are given by the school, by the system, and what about that? I just lost my chain of thought. But yeah, they take other trainings that are given by the system, not only by you know, our project, but by what is coming down from the state level. So again, our curriculum is taken out of the BOE adopted curriculum, and a lot of the translation here is just really the vocabulary part, but we took our curriculum from the primary adopted BOE curriculum, and it's just, we just didn't make this up. And it was a work of the curriculum people up in PSS, our teachers in our school and other schools, administrators from our school and other schools, and consultants, and just other people, community members looking at our curriculum. So this is again our curriculum here is kindergarten and first grade, and it has activities in it, and it will be shared with other schools, because the plan now is we're very happy that the project continued and is being sustained at Capman Elementary School. And so we began the project with just kindergartners, right? And so we extended out to first grade. And the plan is every year we're gonna keep rolling it out to other grade levels. So in the next year, it will be kindergarten, first and second. Next year, listening until you get third grade, because that's when they could already speak and now beginning to really read and write. Okay, so I have a signal that my time is up. Thank you very much. Please so much. Do you have the time for questions and answers? No? Or later?
Just one question. The
Okay.
one you're following up is going to be the same students? Yes.
Yes. We continue with the same students, especially the pool of students that began. But of course, we're also other students. We're also adding other students that really want to come into the project. But when we began this project, we didn't see any enrollments until the actual we're gonna begin, and then parents started coming in. Can I enroll? Can I enroll? Can I enroll my child? Even other villages are asking, can we come all the way to Capman to bring our students there? And with the zoning policy, we're not able to do that, but hopefully we wanna extend it to other schools when we see we're gonna see the longitudinal data. But the data is already telling us that it's working. It is, because all over the United States they have immersion lessons going on. Anyway, Lasha, Philisso.
Thank you, Mrs. Caplejo. Well, it seems like I'll be the MC for the moment. Mr. Gonzalez will be here soon, but time is running and we have a lot of topic to cover. So next on our program is our Chamorro Dictionary, and we have Dr. Sandra Chung. Is a retired professor of the linguistics at the University of California, Santa Cruz. She has been studying the Chamorro language since 1977. Since 2008, she has been the linguist consultant on the CENEMI project to revise the Chamorro English Dictionary. Also, we have Dr. Liz Rehebe, born and raised in Saipan, and a retired educator, member of the Inegno Namut Nativo, member of the group to update, add, and revise the Chamorro English Dictionary, and consultant for program evaluation. Also on the panelists is Mr. Manny F. Borja, a former teacher and a school administrator and a Chamorro author, as well as Ms. Rita C. Guerrero, a very prominent advocate, and she works with our Diocese of the Chalanconoa on our missalettes and Bible. And with that, I would like to call upon the individual that I have presented so that they could start off with their presentation on the Chamorro Dictionary. Let's welcome them. And before I give them, I would like to acknowledge that our congressmen have an important meeting and they will be leaving us, but their heart and mind is with us.
Buenas, akiriwano si Congressman Saipan no malago to sa nami grupong dictionary pagin na yamzu dangklo na agradecimento por exportación de diccionario. Estados Unidos na yamit no fondo pues opsakan din pa nagabutan. Buenas, espero ko sinyang liito sa maputuno. Lo, sige, mga si Rita, si Sally, dan si Manny, politisinya si Tita Loki, waktu lo, urus si Tita no, dangkul Loki na udah bisa tradisional. Nah, menurut isi na dinanya, pak kan organ sa bahat menggaji menyebuta gini gua, menggaji menmogas di gubernamento, dan menggaji Chamorro dan Carolinian. Za estina totsu I lingwahi dan kultura no kita hasilnya no mana famta kita hasilnya mana na za puri by mafaisin so pabitutuhon no komentus no puri dictionary atmarisina binifi gini ni grupo pwede si maestro dan maestro siya bilingual program istiki cross territories na tempo kaya gini si Katlin, manggaya siya staba si Lim, Dolores Marciano, dan ipumalo siya na bilingual teacher sa hagasa magnifi na para matok di dictionary. Muna posible si Chato dictionary anay komento si Sandra Chow, dan si Anishan Tomokani, na sinyaha matok dictionary sa bahan sinahaga tingkas gini ni National Science Foundation. Pues gininedzo na kalan food mod mo na itetso para maplanea dan para matutuhon itetso dictionary. Pues in pakyan jo todo ni STI ulo na página por itetso dictionary dispensa no sa si 10 años ese más ese 10 años na totso. No Katulad sa unpakil na habe nga yan so information offense etc. So tunga na kinaka tempo para kasama ni student des años. Za utong nga kinasampi optimo man mamay sinang Diyos ang ngayon na po panatan ni dictionary. Pues eno na kinaisi pero after man mamay sila ni no may mi tempo sa insatagi mo sila. Gininifinka sa gini federal General Legislature, muna posible mas kisiento na tauto man manajuda polisi na tokso. Pues ani muna I salapi National Science Foundation pura no jetsu voluntario. Pues hasta pago no jetsu voluntario ha. Salapi kini ni legislatura no tistini isa para ben permanapasi tauto na para ben isa para maimprinta I diccionario dyan po nga nahujung di website undiya no ang insinya kasi nigi plano ang gindaatan yung sila pakit no ano ka na stakalan 70% stakalan maina I dictionary ma-edit I palabras niya banggay I dictionario Liya na mas 10,778 na entries esta no in na Holland di dictionario. Pura siya estimate estilo kalang ginadan siya. So sempre mentras ini edit sepi gua mas in na Holland gua ilans. Pues durante ni editing na tsotso siya man matulaikan na numero lo kalan po mariwa Ijun topping na dictionary ka na 9,700 some. Pes in ubenta si dididi sa topping rocket. Iji leblo di dictionary ilik niya. Debili tato-talo ucok di dictionary sa bahasa palavra di mana panakalun. Isa ni kita sumami di grupon dictionary. Pues no i grupo ni man ajuda man ginin duta, man ginin Saipan, man ginin Guam, dan man ginin tinian. Dan bahalok ki man ajuda no toto Carolinians, jadi macok di toolbox, man ajuda man enter di toolbox. Man siya misa no step baha digital no technology ni para binfan maajuda. Sa kumo sin technology mas tinakas di tempo. Zaman suwerte kami sa Sandy, afay mi University of Hawaii, yung posting naman manok kami ng electronic no format. Terus dia itu into tuh no semua dictionary. Terus malah itu lagi dimension si Cameron fruit, sebisa lagi maju kami ng CE toolbox. Sekarang bulahan kita mencuri intinu di toolbox. Sekarang antibus na software lost apa dulu. Memulika para kami. Pues fafatan no karena 7,500 no unggan ista ma-edit no tika balis. Ijun mami no agreement na totally trace na editors dia juga ina kada na entry. Anti dia accepta. Insa tadi manusia sa kuras tinu chat su voluntary. Sekarang lo insa tadi manusia lo ti ame roki magmanatutuda na kuntoy pumalo ni panggagi di work group. Zaman gagi ni papus yung Sen Sanchez, yung Sen Tabakcho, si Carolinian Tayo, si Francis, si Dono, si Angie ginintilian, si Sinta. Malalo sa tabi na tungan doon na panggagi ni todo pa ako, lo bula ti man, isalaki bula man hano, iti man ng mga kaista. Tahakasi nga siya man manajuda, yung mate. Pues, bahan ako tintino na palabra siya, kana 297. Nung nanhono ni Pagwang, loki dyan bisita, igumamanom ko, dyan paisen siya, nung bahan siya na palabra, ibisita loki familia, bahan siya familia na bisita. Doon nga yung agradecimento si Mani, dyan tita sa bulan no tinimulia, familia kita Guam, isnya man manajuda. Lo hasta pago no istigi nakantida tinu sa sepiden na hunjung di siapa na manera pagin paisin hanju kosinya man manajuda hanju kuda siya na palabra. Como po may printed dictionary ti isi tintingo na palabra ben na holma lo bentingo na ti tintingo tabia. So pagod siya man mamela manahalo di mas information. Pues ang ginintactes ti pakpit no bula judo gini komunidad, gini luta tirial sa Saipan, tuto Guam. Sa iya judo siya, tuto preot manajuda maki preot ki material, ki opisina, jan apa siya na judo. Istilah ki sa dictionary no gini ni sa Sandy, no istilah ki guahan no articles, mujud ki gileblo. Si Sicilian Salvatore, Sicilian Lezama, no anahalong uno na article kuri dictionary. Zama publicist ki kanani Routledge no naleblo. Si mamela na chokcho para i-check dictionary, kung continua ata edit ileblo, para ma-imprinta, dan kung manahalong di website, tapos pinagwahal okay no kalang diksyon di tamano mausanya i dictionary no manahani mo na tani PSS no put istina tokto lo inisita to dua judun nizo kumusinya no ina judami mentras injected istina tokto pues ang tidi para sa na i siniget on foods mo kini Benayan ju talo dong pulo na agradecimento. Pero ang ni grupo dictionary. Just masa.
Buenos dias. Dan si Sus masih ni atención minzu. Si Rita Cabrera Guerrero, Wado ay Guerrera. Sa Mabanirosa zo ni Atizidu ani Timanana si Guerrero sa Gininesti na dumangkulo zo hulo i mapuksayo ulo galang gumamami no esta primera lingwahe ni utungo i lingwahita. So enigi mo na Banirosa zo ni naano Lono ano yan si Dr. Rebe ni microphone gi besanga na hafa no tutuhon no mama na ulit unos cuantos años gi Chamorro bilingo gi eskwelahan William S. Rodgers za ginin enno na dinesi yahu ani mafaisin zo para defana zuda ki halum kwatu mga na gini famagun at magum zo sa para de fanogi famagun tay mani mafanagi ko ni manena za ginin enno de bidi bay comprende mas ya reglamento mangi za ni sai para de sangan gofno confianza mi confianza zo para de sangan lo i para be i matugenya no kalangwasya no dinidaho so kada guaha oportunidad uno na maestro ko si ami taimanyo nos cuantos summers and often gi entado siya gi durante ni eskwela no utsutsuli i finanagi ganing visa so ami si Sus masi después de pumarazo por yasagoni ba no gihinim lo niya na kisina bedingusta no sumaga zo gigima zano siga zo man ajuda voluntariamente gi bandan gimazos pues ani atumo si Senyor Obispo na ginin mamananagi zo idifunto Tomas Camacho gwani man agang zano niya hafesti na palabra patay mano matige niya pada so ginin enno kalan mo bet go di relasyon mo mi aga sa no tungo na tiulo ginin enno na konversasyon mo mami no mo bet go di relasyon pues ani necesita ajuda para uma repase so niya no i Santa Biblia i Nuevo Testamento na testamento no kaagang ham si ami uno guahud an si Pali Isaac para ben repasa todo i translation neso gi este primer libro gi Nuevo Testamento sta Revitalization dietimo mientras in repapaseno kalan hali bunti santo bendito na man confianza haangoku in setse gimona si Ami si Pali Isaac si Marian Guerrero so durante neste na tempo ni munaza ni repasa hana maprinta za guaha pa aguno agupa no plano para betsulia magi todo hafa no tetsu gimazuus ay gimazuus gimagay pa aguna tempo mas gimunahokonga i lingwahe za gininitenaytay siya za ni maproklama ni palabran zuus gi at no gi durante ni misa pues no si Senyor Obispo ane aliit so mami no haangoku za ana maprinta leplo za sen bonito muzongnya guahano estina leplo isang Biblia guide gi rectory gi diocese na available sina man William Zucopia no después de no guahati ni laika gi celebration ni Santa Misa di mafanana na the new Roman Missal za no ansya si Senyor Obispo pero pula talo di nuevo ihagas leblon Santa Misa ni hana si Sebi pues sumudong entero i tepon na leblon English ha translada todo do Eucharistic prayer de todo ocasión siya ha translada pues pinagsay guino estaba si Ami na sumaganyayon no Vancouver tiempo za mamaisin ni Senyor Obispo ko siya maajuda pues kada guaha translada kumano do gi mamami za mataot sungam Wani ka na meridia sa sigili in ipus siya pahina para ben. Atan ko fiat loki translada, faithful translation gini ni English, kwatu gifin sa Chamorro. So gini na no na nangukon niya ni Afo Sotsogi sa tayo si aming gini gi afay sinzo para be ane mo malongo gi 2012 esta tia tisinya sta malago priority raw afay sinzo ko sinya ha transferi tori se so iki majus gi bandan ilingguahe batu gi baguaho pues habasia izonya fayo gini ni mateteni todo na setsonya habasia batu za hafanok bizo na sanik zan na magusa tutungu mambaba no computer gini na tempo zanya sangoli zo na para uno izo para be tutuhun matsotso liko dispensa sa sinya very pasa geno siya gi papel lo ti sinya ni matsotso so ani mulya zani ni paroma ajuda kung bibidazo ko ato gigumanya. So kung ano, dos gaya gisimana, fananak dito todo no, offer na pabidyan ni, offer para be. So, isi niya pumara dyan na yung agradecimento sa gining wiza na urisibi todo kinimprene ko gibandan laptop. Pues mga mafaisen dyan mas, kiniti payo di siya pa sa tutungo lawa. Ano yung translada in New Roman miso, San Maguf sa ana guaha ileplo za kontodo i mamali giza guam no ani matungo na hana cumplidos ta za ti hesen mo na zan no i archbispo so giza guam ba mais esta gibisha wini na cocina también na maprinta po family nesti na kantidad guam pues megaya na mafatinas extra para una i mamali guam za no ginen no loki na bumalago niya sta tisinya sta hatso we hafa gi papiri North Star gini issue gi mazus kada halala no situ gi mazus kada semana so afai sinzu lenga tisinya sta doku reflection gi evangelio ma printa gi papip sa debili gini waho ano sa gini ni corazon no na usasanga lo exitinaitai cada domingo. This is the first reading in responsorial song, second reading dan Evangelio maprinta gi gaseta ni Gimazus in North Star. So dan agu pa benafan available gini za paren li offer no hatso gi santo bendito. Za uno gi muna izu consuelo gi anima so gi mana l'allibiano i ortografia mangi gi antilazzi zu Julio 209 no? Si guardi nell'aica di ortografia ini 2009 no mana i copianya gini ni grupo i commission za ane ari papasa sige ditalo di mais in question pues sige ni ngomoku gini guiza na zinahuristi sa libyono di po ang uzumangi ti kalangwane ko gadun gezi zani o tagi tono no tasangan ni finut Chamorro tono so ileknya gui gi reglamento na para gua arreglo ti afa finomo para eziki po madalalaki reglamento itay mano sa sanganta gi finut Chamorro eziki para matugenya so gua siya mangkantang naman sasangan lo de video magia siya po abo gi reglamento so kumikileko na tegi kilizono tileko kilizono tileko tono para todi debili timonya zana so ginin eno soda ezingloki basha bula tinaitel nita sigaro ni piti sama na imprinta kantidana no bena no de libro de busonario ezi anilelekta no gui lekta gui lo gimatuge nya gue za gue sa pago ne angin makokanta zan masasangan gue lo isasangan ta gue okay ku adora gue who so with a GUI. Anigi muna medgudzo na dinansi itinilay ka sa enigi na enigi ta sa sangonta za enigi no para matugyan niya. Kisenigay buentimos para bitangan sa ipumado siya roki performances so pabe natuwan zo na bula leblon tinaitay zan leblon gibanzuus i lectionario ay onyu a b dan c fado da c k no man produce ni santo bendito as Bishop Thomas antes de zani i ultimo na sezonja i neuromanismo pues faisinzo cosina de aizo roki 55 na leblon nobena ni hanamatay pesta hanama so we todo guahan no maulilig na ligo typist winnig za inajuda ma typist za aizo no na fayo pues adumi didi guasta tres zan guados gi kanayon sa profunadza na novenan Sagrada Familia dan novenan San Pedro o Atan Pago so dan imunatan sempre ma-imprinta dan available di temano reglamento monggi ni ginagago Pablo Ruizo riding authority no so dan igual mas pues buena pagpa sa no kalamao nga to Pablo na hapokan lo sinimbes sen magudo si dos mas ni attention
I just spent some of giving by song and in English, so actually, man this class really, okay. I'm going to talk a little bit about the CNMI's Chamorro orthography and how the revision came about. So I will not discuss the orthography, but rather give a little bit of history, and then at the end, I will talk a little bit about the grammar that is paired with it. Okay. So the project began in September 2008, which was the beginning of 2 NSF projects for collaborative research to upgrade the documentation of Chamorro. And one of these grants, the large one, went to the NMI Council for the Humanities, and Dr. Redley was the principal investigator, and the tiny one went to me at the University of California in Santa Cruz. And we had various project goals, but the 2 most important were first a community-based revision of adopting Odu and Dunka's Chamorro English Dictionary, and second, the new Chamorro grammar. All right, what were our initial steps? At first, 30 to 40 native speakers of Chamorro from the CNMI, from Rhoda, Saipan, and Tinian were involved, although later the total number of people involved would rise to over 100. The initial group, though, was divided into 6 working groups that met every week to revise different blocks of entries from the earlier dictionary. And the entire dictionary group met monthly. So as the revision process started, and it went on, and it revealed that many people in the working groups were dissatisfied with the 1971 orthography, the orthography that was created by the Marianas Orthography Committee, and really was, for many years, the orthography of all the Mariana Islands. So in July 2009, as Reed said, a 3-day orthography workshop was held actually in this room. It's like, the sponsors were the Chamorro Carolinian Language Policy Commission, which is then headed by Executive Director David Omo, the late David Omo, and the NMI Council for the Humanities. Who attended? Well, 20 to 25 educators, librarians, government employees, and members of the dictionary working group, including some people who are here. Workshop considered general issues like
the issue of what the design principles were for spelling systems and which design principles the community wanted for the new orthography, if there was going to be a new orthography. Was it going to be one sound, one symbol, which essentially means spell it the way it sounds, or one sound, but one word, one spelling, which means spell the word one way in all the different forms in which it occurs. Another issue that the group considered was continuity with the past. So actually early in the 21st century, many things were published in the Chamorro language, including Nuevo Testamento, the Leccionario, the Chamorro, Escritas Marianas, Historia by Juan Sanchez, and all of these were in a different orthography. Right? Some of them were in the 1971 orthography, and some of them were in individually chosen orthographies. The group also considered the role that active writing could play in maintaining the Chamorro language. So the idea here is that, of course, every language's fundamental form is spoken, but as time goes on, we tend to think of a full-service language as being a language that is written as well as spoken. Even though fundamentally, it's the spoken medium that is most important. The workshop also considered some specific issues, like how to spell words with mid and high vowels, like tonu. Right? We've already talked about that. How to spell geminate, z, z, l, m, n, nya, and na. Is it going to be done yet? Or done yet? Betsu or betsu, su or betsu. How to spell geminate, k, m, nya, and t in hu, mu, nya, and ta. Like, is it going to be here? The issue is sort of not only how many K's, but where to put the dash. How to spell the N which does not assimilate to a following consonant. Would it be allowed to write mandisita, or did one always have to write mandisita? Then how to spell vowels that are next to each other in different syllables, like dia or dia. So for 3 days, these issues were hammered out, both by the group in general and by individual subgroups. And you can see them at work here. Okay, what were the outcomes? Well, the people who were present really, in a surprising way, quickly and unanimously agreed that the CNMI should move to a one sound, one symbol orthography. And not only that, many details were settled in the spelling of words like sopni, nanna, peksu, etsu, liploku, rambisiti. And actually the workshop, I seem to remember, even ended a little early, which surprised everyone. Here we are at the end. Under we take this picture. Then the following year, in April 2010, the new orthography, which had been written up and described by David Omar, was adopted by the Chamorro Carolinian Language Policy Commission. And these were the members of the commission at the time. And then finally, in December 16th, 2010, the new orthography was approved by the legislature by a joint House resolution, which was passed. Okay, so that's a little bit I think what this history shows is the extent of community involvement in the production of this new spelling system. Now, I've been asked to talk a little bit about the new reference grammar, which I am writing. Okay. So let me say just a few, literally a few words. Its goals are to give a more detailed description of the Chamorro language than you will find in previous grammars, including Safford's early 20th century grammar, Costa Noble's early 20th century grammar, and German and Topping in Dunka, 1973. The goal is also to document the rules for forming words and sentences and their exceptions. Okay, so the idea is every language is really intricate. Right? This intricacy needs to be preserved. And its third goal is to serve as a companion to the revised dictionary. So, as a companion, it's going to use the same orthography as the revised dictionary. Not only that, because the dictionary revision is in database format, it's really useful for me. Many of the examples of Chamorro sentences that are used in the grammar are drawn from the dictionary, from the unedited version, actually. I'm showing you the table of contents here. It will have 30 chapters. Right? And I'll just switch to the next slide, which shows you what has been completed so far. So if it has a red asterisk next to it, it has been completed. So there, all but 6 chapters have been completed. Okay, my hope is that it will be done very soon, that it will be published in an affordable format. Okay, my current hope is that it will be published in a format that can be downloaded by anybody for free. It's like, that's pretty affordable, it seems to me. And I would welcome questions about it. That this grammar will probably, to be honest, be too complicated to be used in the schools. That's because I'm an academic, not an educator. But the plan is that there's going to be a student edition that will be produced after that. And I have, there is a plan in the works for that to happen. Okay.
Sismasi dispensação sarati motubi tutulisti na inena zabi tulisti na perintah para bapa kisanan na no que bonito sti mandena tapabu ini sa no mangai ki guam ni takal ala conta mana abisitahi za ta consegui na intention e para ta fan a famole mona za mosli piano man afamaulikhet ange man abisitahet pues no enike za no understanding with the piano gitu tuh marka tahu bonito todo afata humo dinene za guam za sipat za बहुत gini di grupo para cantos dalam pe ata didi apa manis didi pusaka putiampule di diccionario una differenza entre tegi ki kada no entune waha examples wiki topic dictionary ti todo entries waha examples sentences ni no ni ma usa i palavra no tegi una differenza yotro in orthography, no? No, ma faz isso para ver segundo o programa na papel quanto por esse programa que essa fé antalan já mamando agora para o aluno mas que faz isso para ver quanto pleno você acha sempre a samar massa este programa e zona implementation da execução lo se que se já hafa de samar por este na programa ni curriculum ni so que se fez no sumasa ga Hawaii pouco za gine no tempo le daqui Hawaii no mamala na no Chamorro para i studenti undergraduates za no itana rasona mamala que por coisas que se nem sei tomou no Chamorro parece malaco pro que no Chamorro uma sempre na tenho pro uma cumprir some of the language requirements que universidade lugar de maturi no francês França para no alemão offered naman sa Pilipinas Chamorro para complain na requirement. Tapos mama na ako Pilipinas Chamorro. Lo dito ko sa University of Hawaii. Lo alipara na afay pananagi guhi sa afay mama pananagi sa University of Guam, guhi NMC. Tima pareho masa pareho ay isi kolego no pareho ay malo 101 kana fundamento na studio. Afay pananagi dito Guam sa Hawaii sa Saipan. Tima pareho na 101 sa muro no pareho pa mafananagi niya kus alipara yun sa mga agawin na parabahan uno hana na para todo i-4 na universidad ni mafanalagi ko na Chamorro. Kung manaplika no anagram administration of Americans sa manay sa tisina ni manay ipasenad no bato no grant no pues maybe organization pues na grant manay bato ki University of Guam sige na gina sini matok bisa na sa mag-participar no the various college siya arts and master degree para contribution niya sa mga assign different college university Guam and Hawaii mga assign sa di pati na ni pamato curriculum lo ano mo arts and the world is to tone makin maabisitahan sa faculty ang bahalo kaya malo no si manfazi na grupo dito Guam limang gaya no no Ferrari to Guam bahalo kaya no nasa Guam to sa Saipan sisiki ka lang no advisory board para na curriculum pasan mo na ano ni curriculum si Faye no talang ha nasuwa todo ihafay yung reglamento sa linya hafa mas maulik para umehetsa kina Chamorro para taite sa para utugi kina Chamorro. Enegi question niya. Pues para na stay sinamay wano stay once and one symbol. Dali para na enegi na reglamento mas lipiano para basya haji ni parau tungo fino Chamorro. Appropriate lope na istine pumalo na reglamento tagi dungkan tapung dungkan dictionary no ni reglamento niya na zangen no jira sona man matuke se sisani look to that sinyata aziki tatuki isna na palabra sigungi masangana niya patatuki sa sigungi reglamento niya na umasapi unuan na spelling dito manera por ejemplo Zeus ta sasangan lo isna palabra Zeus lo zanyamoto ki Zeosta titalu Zeusta na talu Zeosta no pasapane ko para one spelling zagini ki one spelling sepi angilecta Zeosta malo ni Zeus positivo spelling tuturno ki Zeus sama ki Zeus ta prevasana to pregone mo hindi na reglamento to respeta lo prego kalan prevasana si ang pabehano gini susupi para sa loke huntungan sa basic notes or matrix sa loke pues malina disti tutuan mo ano sugri kreta basic notes ko sa matrix sa loke Sino maso. Ini para bahan ay no. Lo ini gini reglamento no pues no taktik ini na programa gini SP no. Ano mo hazen ano za. So sasang nesi sa aglo kasi sanding offer gini katsobi kita ki dia pati ha. Wahara sona tapoli HA sa silent lo gini ni curriculum ni mangaji para university para Guam ni sana Hawaii sa todo ni para uniform no ana si na para isi one simple mas matatisi o tatisi ha todo ya sa halfa sa no tragvisa então para bolo que kalau malinya mau dia ini DIA sa sinyal sang dia pedia o mga rumah mga CPCH pos masaya humalo nesti na curriculum mas ke wati ki sinema target ti todo ki official ni ya sinema target betul ki sa wah ini mas lipiano para ini ki gai ki t-shirt apa mas lipiano para i tumo que Chamorro para o mês que Chamorro para o nessa pos ini ki vamos olhar não malagis para ver o sangue nesse sastini kalau gai ki lagi istan mangai ki wah istan gini guam sama oli mangai ki representante argumento pamuna na bahay na isi kept to 8 then you como mas pelit Chamorro ti conforme ni si fena no lo qui sa pri una razón iti kalau mapraktikan ni tahu tu ki bulan recently practice na jangan bahan no tinilai kan ni mungkin practice proper nouns tapi pagui kamatsu mungkin talak ke easy to care polo hasista disti tutubun tak perlu si mazeha ki masih Guide की certificate C no and again at a song my Chamorro located proper noun of 2 minutes sama nyalanya again no masaya na song I proper noun ni mga mapatsa lo kuhara sona ang cuma kumata kuhara sona no pues maras de tafana respeta afana son no magsasabi lo gua estel que sina ba sangan na isti lagi tasking chenye ni ano na orthography am sabi para gua ho san para itu sia to generation li piano pe o tai tai zangin mapolo p o glota l o li piano para pi tai tai po lo Sautu mana polo, masama tu tinggi polo. Lo pau tu na tempo ulili, nakti le piano na matsobi. Sa bolai ji tumutu tumutu. Itu mana isa kintor mata tete siguni hapa mali. Para na jigu matsos, bolai ji recibe I anti. Sama tu tinggi na recibe, recibe. Pues ini ki ina razón na maulik tahasune ita ni Chamorro no automatically tataite hafa tasasune maset tenigi matugenya lo bula pauku na experience tauto ne matakte sigugi matugenya pues sigi tumala na kaisa para bahu como masangan na Chamorro atu sungan sabi ho sangan na mampus maput para bahu ani intitigi si Lebanon Brahma. Pero berado mano tu batu ki dictionary hafta mano polo polo. Oh, you start you tugi and start pila questi sa tugi dictionary sa frustrating to sa tezi ki tamaru lu sasagane ko ne o ya push enigi oh l'ultimo settimana visita mana formule che lu afrazi Nale oh ina Ongan polza
Let's give a round of applause to the panelists. And also, I would like to take this opportunity also to introduce our Carolinian Language Policy Commission board members. We have Mr. Dano Mendiola, and also Mr. Jose Linis, and with us also is Ms. Gloria Russia, and a former board member, Ms. Fitiao, Angie Fitiao from India. And it is always with great pleasure that we agradece Gracian Jews, and it's about time. And with that, let me just sort of announce that there will be a revision in our schedule. We will have the Inenno Namut Nativo, Mujil Safi Mekor Armasal Falu, and our panelists will be Mr. Joe Limis. He was a former principal of Garapan Elementary School and a long-time educator and a very prominent advocate of our cultural music. And we also have with us Ms. Frances Sablan. She's a graduate program in instructional technology, Bachelor of Arts degree in secondary education, and also a program coordinator for the West Care Pacific Island, and also owner of the EF Consulting company, and a part-time director instructor for the Northern Marianas Community College for Adult Basic Education, coordinator for the Guadalupe Children and Park Youth Center, coordinator also for the Public School System Advanced Development Institute, and a part-time instructor with the Public School System Advanced Development Institute, cultural performer, which she continues to be, and a former vice principal for instruction. And with that, they will be presenting the Nenon Amud Natibo Mushin Safe Mekor Armasal Falu at around 1 o'clock to 1:25, followed by Dr. Ignacio de Mapan, and we will allow our honorable delegates from Guam to continue with their strategic plan. And I would also ask that we give just 1 or 2 minutes, a brief remark from our Senator, Honorable Senator Sixto Somar. I thought you were signaling me too.
No, I just want to ask a question.
Oh, a question. Sorry.
I'll make it quick. It's to the last panel. The question is, I think some of us who are learning Chamorro and transitioning, I believe we may have encountered prior rules, and so we have these new rules. So I'm just wondering whether that change is already in the middle of transition. So for example, like me, I was learning under Ms. Taimana when I was a teacher aide for Chamorro Bilingual. The pronunciations were, I think, almost similar to the academic spelling. And then all the other Chamorros were speaking the same way. But then we have new writings that I know my auntie is implementing in the church possibly. And then when I'm reading the readings in church, the spellings were a little different from what I learned. So I'm just wondering whether the transition is already ongoing or whether there'll be an announcement to the public that everybody, this is the new rule now, or the new rule is forthcoming. I hope I was loud enough to.
The new orthography was adopted by the 17th legislature, and we are complying with that adoption of that orthography for the Cinema Chamorro orthography. And that was in 2009. I believe I was still a deputy secretary.
No, yeah. But you know what I mean? I mean, that's good. But what I'm saying is those of us that are in the farms and we write and read,
we are transitioning.
So I'm just wondering, it's ongoing, right?
Yes.
The language?
So, am I in the, yes. So we are transitioning, and as far as also the grammar, Dr. Sandra Chung will be providing us once that is final. With that, let's all...
Alright, kusaba tatan manuhanzo. Maulik si Susmasi. Hafa isintada maulika mangi. Manhaspok. Gaorgan ho? Lo bahay sa ani fi mami ni Hanum Santa Lourdes. Lo magpagin sa respuesta ka alabamos, no? Pues ribago sumena maguf dyan no agradecido i manggagaya hamso pago na taluhani in kwenta di umiluzis ti na ined nun zan dinanya si Zeus maasi hiduso tumak mereni ni pinasensyan mizo zan kululonya igunayzan mizo zan ang tao zan didok na minalago mizo para ta bangsa zan tataw hamo na istiatisa mo na pudfinok Chamorro parewa distis ng Guam is ta hulo isa sa kata na maranas no pues siguiente siya na tawlog no kompensasyon para ta ikungok maniluta zan or maninata in some of us who are much older than them no nun amod natibo mushrid sa fay mekkor aramasan fadiyo no si senyor as dos na prohimo zan uno na rosa gi Talunia. Después ang munahazan uta ikungok si Dr. Ignacia Taisakan Tudela de Mapan no za para adingani dididi tampoco pot ihafa papopusgui gi eskwela sa Hilo gi Northern Marianas College no anay mamanonaw gwi Chamorro gwi na eskaleran no eskwela. Después din na utahutsum dinanyata pa ako nahani zata kumbina imanyeluta ginin islanguahan za para no pagtididili para hinasokta lokwi no hafa plano niya makananani niya strategic plan gibandan ilingwahi i islanguahan. Pues sinhafa na imbago malagod zo bayo kumbina hulu sigentisia na honorable no istina prohimo maestro loquisti disti tempon since ever since tempon escases esta pago no still kicking animo antao manhaso zan loqui sabi Dios no malagonya para siesta kat turu dia tulasakan ma bobogbok para kakwen na lugar para manasipiti ngonya maestro dandero bana may lokwi na zi laksit no historia zan no afazay zino afazay zog Chamorro omositan spesa sa kalanguban no mango puding za zanya za agobonaboti i ukulele no kolangohong gayigwi gislan pagan zan mauk Senyor, Mangatsun Mami, Carolinian Cultural Villaging, Zon Mami Vice President, si Joe Linis. Yung po parang ginatsumi si Senyor, si Mr. Linis, no lanceros ti, lokwi fafanagwi, maestro, burmandan no lumamtsu, pangbaluan, pumeska, sa gibandan eskwela mamanawwi amang lokwi gi eskwelan talo zan mutsumas rumitiraw gi eskwelan takilo gi Marianas High School uhaswa sa no agriculture no sumisya na si Mr. Lisama Mr. Mami gi agriculture kisan natin eskwelan Marianas High School kinas former Mayor George Pito Supreme George Pito maestro man sa pago manasusudaha gi Northern Marianas College di programa ni Federal makanana ni CREASE program di land grant si Senyor as Isidro Tudela Cabrera. Dan ultimo i Flores Arbot yan talo idos tronkun nitsuk o sino i tronkun panolo no mamang lokusti na maestra. In fact, Mr. Mami gi Marianas High School, eskwela talo, takilo, gi 19 sa mumaestra man por historia Marianas, zan lokwi fafanagwi, zan manazuda gi bandan bailan antigo Chamorro, siguro tiningog niya, zan inatutkan niya, zan inatutpen niya, zan imangatsong tagi sa Guam, naniluta, zan counselor, murid tirawas counselor, gina tempo distizo manazutsudan masyamaw no gima zuhos gima no maturana gima nizo gima nya lokwi manazutsudan sa durante sa pago maestra para kami zan no nanan mami ki inennon zan mampus antau zan geftau manajuda ikat kwen madera. Si Señora as Frances Mary Manibusan Sapa. Inennon amon aktibo. Por favor.
Si Diyos mo si John. Joe, may lazonda niya anyit winihulo sa puli ma-introduce si ha. Guaho is secretarian inetnon amot sa kultura ng tibo. Za tibe sangen di pinore-follower sa punito no. Pinaitan niya si John and si Senior Director no gilatata. I-presidentin momis paamo na ora diski 2008 na saken si Isidoro Cabrera lo kasi tumatsaga ilos prohimo zantiada niya ang paabo si Joe uno member momi then si Dr. Rehebe one of the founding members kantodo si Cindy Regis Riza and momi no Tresorado than founding member also. Lamigay no member momi ontis into tuhon esti na bonito ni netnon gi 2007 na sakan. No ila de puntos Emilio Castro Azuzo ang intilati so i Entalonia. Guizan no gomet luli esti na inetnon and ipago ma-forma. Za lamigay gizahami timan so amtiham ezi mas matungonya pangu isuruhana zan isuruhanu timan suruhanu ham ezi siya board members gestina netno na ni pawin forma logwa ha nos quantos manzo amti zan no sesu moazuda hamona gi karenan momi pat como si Donald Mendiola si nanami Kaimanyo zan no lamigay siya gi komunidad momi gestina netnon ginin sa ipan ha no tumutuhon lo en extendi huzon para imaniluta gizaluta zan gizatinian pues ginin luta si tita hukuk membro i diccionario lo no uno moazuzuda ham gizaluta zan gizatinian si Florine Hofschneider. Luisa segundo presidentan momi no pago naman na ora. Alatsa si Lino Olupay. Luisa no sumendiham como oficiat. Don lamigay siya para siya tumungo si Noel Kitagua, si Vicentin Borja, si Victorino de Leon Guerrero, Ladupuntu, Donald Flores, uno di Don Mami no Saipan Mayor antes, si Kelly Aiken Tenorio Guiza mo representa y Mazor Hininisangkatan ni Islas Marianas. Pues loco y Oficina en Indigenous Affairs, ila difunto as Gonzalo Santos Guiza no sumet bi estinainenon pues pago na momento y Director Pagos as Roman Tedela Jr. Pues no lamigay no continua memo member na inetno za en sosozo siya imanilutan no huzong atuka timanzo amti za maninteresao no muna posible mo na todo yung aktibidad inetnon amot za mana continua no praktika mamatinas za mamanagwi put mokta guni di Zamarianas no en sosozo na endanya inham sa no puno Dr. Reheve sa bahagi zahabi man tutupa esta sa Adman en setri inetnon za en manmalagong lokino guasya no nuevo na haga pero ukontinua mo na estina bonitong soto pues Izon mami goal and objective para ben na advansa mo na ikinalamtin iamota pwede libandan antigo para traditional na manera Ito na makumbida ham magi para bin dengani amzu za no zahuno mulai appreciation in director as Senior Melvin Faisal ni kumbida ham za no lokwe no dumanyayam di todo na aktivitas yan in PCC Limona za lokwe in accepting the appreciation ni maniluta giningwahan ni tumutuhon esti na konversasyon di mapasasakan na ni man waktu para ezi Pacific Islands Bilingual Cultural Association at i konferensya za no sida di ma no ang kwenta matitizi mo na paro mana guamos adilanto gininezo na konversasyon za mi itaw-taw taguni. Uno na importante na tsotu ni kalani mo na mas mamta inaan mami is mapananan i local traditional directory i directory amot ni ina posible gini ni Anna Grant za en manay loke appreciation ni Anna Grant sa siya mwazuzula itaw-taw taguni za Marianas ni Otusiana lugar. Ginin ifondo ni en mana guaha para esti na project en na posible mana titodo i manzo amti man aholong yun na leblo. Guaha siya no ti man holong no katkwet na resort no na guaha leblo ni poro u identifika hodzi siya naman zo amti ni man gagi gwina tiempo si Manny Flores Borja Luisa i director mami gwina tiempo parezo na project za Luisa mo matotuzan si nanami si la de punta Rosa Warakay zan si la de punta Joe Ropo siya i driving forces Palestina bonito dictionary zan edi siya i membro ni umensiona gi inenon zan ginenezo na posible muna guaha estina timige zan informasyon di tres na lingwahe ifino Chamorro, ifino Repalwash, zan ifino Ingles. Taza sa kopya sinya para bendi para ben pati huzon di pago na manera lo hagas en DCD para ben na guaha mas kopya lo pago na momento puri ezili masaming gi lataf na no guaha nuevo na Orthography pub en as pago tito ni si manis and sina nomis and wa otusian man manazuzra I pora man afunazan tumanaika I hagas na Orthography guanto para nuevo or mas nuevo para hami no pues ginin elzu digun manazan elzu za no man listo I fondo siyempre ben no pamatina sa kopya pa ben nagwaha tano lo gwaha no diskusyon ni para mana unga na lingwahe angin inimprinta gwaha zile sa para mas sadik ne pero mana Chamorro ha ipino Chamorro ha uno yortu ipino Revitalization no za yortu ipino English lo pago na manera in tsatsagi ni na sinyan mami pa ben na tsati kuzung I kopya siya zen stipya no manera ni para mas no tsatik ni pa ben tsegu isa lopi bueno sa pananan tilatso dot ginin 60 pesos antes I leblo ni pago in imprinta pago kumoro gimas ki 100 pananan sa kakapkanto gi 200 ano kada no kopya ito na in hasusuzi pa ben DVD kosa kine mas affordable ifino English no I otro siya na programa ni na posible ni sinay netnon ezi I Chamarita project utunga na guaha no atogi Malia, successu gadunilannya si Malia, no guaha sia dos na tetoni atogi guano figi zaluta, matogi perpandan samurita, lo estina na pinatoto no entutuhun, sekfanan moski 5 anos malopan. It's an ongoing process. Lo esa kakantu sa puramain printa. Esta gagi draft stage. Esta familiam simani it's titonia. Sa magard it's a very tedious job sa ti estia isang kata nesas Marianas interview simani zani tautomomi na kantoru buahan. So I'm Robert Satori Marianas. Zan lokui no edisem manyanata ni man staba no Estados Unidos zagwaha siasa man mote. No pues no eno otro na preciso na project ginin ana grant talo. Is na preciso na madin na panozan. Oficina Indigenous Affairs Office mampus no man animo man matotu zan hami. Siya ala kwenta mualigagazam salope fondo zaginin enno na mas posible pa ben na guaha siya no actividad. Por ejemplo, paguna sakan na guaha mes amot nativo. So esubidan mami gimes September na guaha dos na actividad wini giza Saipan uno giza tinian uno giza duta. Alla cuenta en Cumbira y Manzoampi, por pamamatinas no amot, o mana tagi y comunidad, gizaluta no namago sa todo siya estudiante ni Dr. Rita Hokuk inus middle school panan or elementary, man motto sa ma wipe out di puno English story amot di ba na sobla para otro siya na tautagos animalong zugi talawani esta hokko ki abot lo ano na may progresan ni ginin ni komunidad no pues ginin enno economic collaborations and Indigenous Affairs Office na pumasisibli lamiga gi actividad mami gi presenti na momento otro igumahigay naging malopano gizi civic center maafana zani ikorti zani Escuela Marianas High School no guahagwi nuevo na gumahigay ni ginin inetnon mami muna posible lo fondo tano ginin oficina Indigenous Affairs pues guinya gi mapos sa semana na entrega ginin ni office inetnon amot in entrega zini gumahigay guato para oficina de Indigenous Affairs. Pues eno na collaboration ng pues no medgood pango then edzo na oficina. Otro lokui nun Haza Foundation gizagawahan manhahamya mo na gibandan office and actividad todo tempo sisita then board simani uno gi board niya ginin ST plus man todo tempo guaha no dinanya ginin ST dos na inet nun haza zani inet nun amot no guinya gi mapus na mes lokin rekunisa todo siya na man zoam tini man mapus isa ni man stava gana mezi directory. Pues hemos na actividad en la Keke Guaha, parewa zini conferencia, una matutunes sina bonito ni netnon, ginin ezi itinatutsones si Dr. Rehebe y Children's of our homeland, ginin na no programa, na no muna posible gua conferencia na amon, tumutuhon sina bonito, za inagradeci lo que todo tempones ni finanzones Dr. Rehebe sa guiza onu tumatatsu para estinay no zenegradesi allo penonya stanno mafato tempo para ben matangui no jo ga halo mas otro malgomo paron amentazi monica Dr. Rehebe, then Cindy, Guamas Ocho, Lago Mizu Paren Amin Pazia Hafa Umenshona. Para cada daha esina presentación sa Guru John Manhos bukan estaza. Logo hatalo mas loke para tapungo gini si Dr. Damapans and i-commission Chamorro no gini guahan. Guatalo, guat question, zangin taza si Zeus mas ini temponizo.
Si Zeus Masi, Francis Sablans, and Igatsomnias Joe Limes in Cuenta di Inednon, Amud Natibo, Mushil, Safe, Mekor, Armasal Faliu. Pustaza mas 2.5 si Signora, Monica, claro. Isigentin na para adinganihit si Dr. Ignacia Tudela de Mapan, Mamanonogui di Presenti, no Fino Chamorro, gi Northern Marianas College, za para ripasa ngayon dididik hafasya titsotsonya zan hafasya gudifinya dinisihannya mona gi titsotsonya Mamanogui gi NSC. Dak za loki presenti principal gi Hagman Elementary School. Jesus mas.
Okay, mientras tanang guys, literato por huzo. Buenas tardes todos hanzo. Alright, sen magos zo na incumbida zo magi para cuentos dididi lo benai gracia na hunggan fatututui NMC lo be cuentos gi hafa utotsogui sa ti matto zo magi gi as a officialis in Northern Marianas College lo pudi usa i curriculum text istina leblo ni uno wahu loki mangi geni na leblo ni ma produce esta. So, i-grant ni umajuda hani, i-ani grant, si Dr. Faye Untolan, who wrote it. Lo, in atam na we wanted, this is the project, really. Maagang niya maadahid ifinu Chamorro gi kolehu, or Chamorro language preservation in post-secondary education from development support to application. And I'm very happy to see one of the members. Yes, Terry. Yeah, I really also worked with others from the University of Guam, and I was honored and privileged to have that opportunity. You know, sa tutungo siya, no? Pero matuho za unajuda za na sa solo loki hafatin ngomu za untutuli loki hafatin ngonia. Then polu together, no? Oh, polu. Nakandan niya, no? Hinaso, idiniseya, dan hafa di pusi para ta praktika, especialmente gi college. Ani desanga na didi ani mafaisin zo. Kosinya zo mamanagwi gi college niku. Okay, Malka. Sa taza, si Zeus masisay na ako. Sa taza, estafa magono ni parabe atan. No? Huhasu tagini. Hafa mas sinya wajuday komunidad. Okay? Fera di hafa tsotsogi eskwela como principal y Hagman Elementary School. Pues, le ko, Malika na oportunidad. Lo una na question na faisin. Ani ma faisin so le ko. Kogwaha dun medyo curriculum book. Maupizo. Taza. Hagunin. Pansokwe. Like, okay. Pusinigin tutuhon niya. Na ubaba loki zale kung mala sa malago dun manajuda. Pues, this was a baby. And I'm very happy that it came to completion. And now we are using it at the college. At the Northern Marianas College. Of course, there's still lots of work needed done. But as I teach with it, I make corrections. And I wanted to make sure that we are going to revise it, put the correct ones according to what is from the from the college goals and objectives, no? So, sige pues no, por favor, tengan guay mo por college, trabajo mais hamzus. Kumikwento sa ito palaan sa afanan na lo timaga si koleho zo, okay? Si Diyos mas. Okay. Pues again, have a day, jam buenos dias. Upolo ito na litrakto sa nahasuzo gizagarapan. Okay? Ipaseo de Maranas. Okay? Pues ang dia mataw Saipan, mga malefa paron hanog at zombi, hafa man masasisitig na lugar. Pues, besangan tagwini. The great opportunity came along when the NMC Dean, you guys know Dean Bobby Mertfallen? Okay, so she is the one who asked me to volunteer, okay? Bobby gets in the word volunteer. With the Inadahi Lingwahin Chamorro curriculum project through the UOG, okay? With Dr. Faye Untulan, a federal funded grant. So, instrumental, and I wanted to continue to be part of the development and application of the Chamorro language post-secondary curriculum project. Voluntarily, I accept that job. And until this day, I am still the adjunct instructor at NMC teaching the Chamorro language class since 2015. First, I started out with nothing. And then with this development, is what we're using. Initially, the NMC only require foreign language as part of to graduate, right? In the beginning, there's no interest. Believe me. The classes are offered, even for the Carolinian class. I haven't even seen any Carolinian class started up. And the issue is instructor. Okay? So when we developed this, I also said, I even told Miss Pat. Where's Miss Pat? Did she leave? There she is. I even told her about it. And I said, look at this, Pat. We are developing this in Chamorro. But it's the same idea that you can really pick on and develop it in Carolinian. And I even asked her, go to NMC and tell them that you can teach the course. Because what I've seen throughout the years I was there is that I have Carolinian students in Chamorro classes and say, how come we don't offer Carolinian? But overall, it's there. But they need people to teach it. Okay? So, it's a fun thing to do. Believe me, the kids are hungry for their own language. And you see other students from Russia. I have students from Korea, I have students from China. We have even lawyers coming in to attend the courses. Because initially, of course, we do not expect that you're going to go out there and be, Tairi? No. But you're going to understand how to use the basic. And even when you're working in other areas, you should know the basic on how to greet, how to introduce, all the basics. Where's the restroom? And things like that. And even my dream, I want to share. My dream, I have a dream and I said, we put in money into MBA so that they can train. How come we never put money to train our own people to speak the language to the tourism? How come? Why is it? Maybe we thought about it, but we never really focused to really say, hey, that needs to be done. And I know many of the things in the legislature going on and things like that. They support this and that. But hey, you need to focus. One thing at a time. Okay? So we have very big ideas. Put the strategic plan in place. Okay, one at a time. But I've heard this before. How come we don't put up signs in Chamorro? How come we don't put up signs in Carolinian? How come? Do we care? I care. But it's not enough with just me. I need everybody. Okay? And I guess, things will not work if we don't collaborate. And I appreciate everybody here. And I appreciate Guam sharing what they have started to work on. And it's something that we can also look to it. We don't have to invent. But really, look at it. Is this something that will work for us? And they will help us. We can also help them. Always, when there's collaboration, it will work. So I just wanted to share that. I get excited because whenever I talk about the language, believe me, I am, maybe some people think I'm crazy, but I'm not. Because I have really very big dreams. And we need to make those changes. We need to make those changes before it's too late. And I know a lot of the people at Capitol Hill that do support this. But maybe, now we have our language commission. Maybe it's something. Carolinian Affairs, the Chamorro, Indigenous Affairs, come together. I like that idea. Where we continue to have the training for every departmental agencies here in Saipan. And what is the common language when you come in? Half a day! Buenos dias! Half a day! If you start practicing that, it will, what? It will happen. Just like our immersion at school with the little kids. There's a day we will say, no English. This is the phrase of the day. We asked it in Chamorro, and you say it, answer in, even the Filipino teachers and everybody must do it. Just little steps. So pretty much, like I said, and I've been touching bases on what I wanted to share. The NMC Chamorro Curriculum Text Project, background. Of course, the 2 courses that are being offered at NMC, the 101 and the 102 courses, and lastly, of course, some review and recommendation. Okay, so the background. So you get more clear picture. Uncle Manny mentioned about this project because he was there. In the fall of 2013, Dr. Untalan and Manny Borja paid a courtesy visit to Dean Bobby McFarland at NMC to talk about this grant that Dr. Untalan had written to create a post-secondary curriculum for the Chamorro language across the 4 institutions of higher learning that included the Northern Marianas College. What is key here is that the University of Hawaii, University of Guam, Guam Community College, and Northern Marianas College. It is very good that now the University of Guam has the Chamorro Studies major, a major. You can graduate with a bachelor's degree. And that's key. That's key where we can actually hire more teachers and instructors for our children. Okay? That's one of the downfall. That is what is so weak in the system. Because we don't have enough teachers to teach the Chamorro language and the Carolinian language. But if we take that pathway, we can do, things will change around. Okay, so if a student decided to be studying at Northern Marianas College and took the 101 and 102 courses and said, okay, I want to transfer to the University of Guam because I'm going to finish my major in Chamorro Studies. So the credit for the Chamorro language that this student take at NMC is transferable to go to University of Guam. They will lose the credit and it adds on. Okay, and that's the beauty about it. So if our student here also decided to transfer to the University of Hawaii, believe me, the same credit that the student took here at NMC will be transferred to University of Hawaii and get accepted. At the University of Hawaii, I can speak about it because also the person who teaches at UH, it came also. So we were together working. I remember his name is Brett Songso, I think the nephew of Auntie Mommy. Then the student can actually finish 101, 102, and maybe at the UH, the student can continue on with 201, 202. You know, so it's there, and it is really amazing and awesome, and that's the step that excites me more. But there's more to do, okay? But let's celebrate the things that we have done and continue to step forward and achieve more things with this. So this is how the new curriculum textbook looked like, since it was produced by the 4 university. Of course, the logo is there. So that's the logo. So this is how it looks like. My book is all used up because, you know, since then, through the rough draft when we were piloting, and then pretty much I have the final draft. So this book is available since then at the NMC bookstore, and it's cheap. It's cheap. It's only $35, and you have, it's worth it because it has the curriculum text for 101, and also it continues on to 102. So you know, you have 2 books worth it. And if somebody buys it, hold on to it, even though it's not a perfect document, because anybody can really take it and learn from it. And the thing is, yeah, we might know, you know, as a student or something, or you a speaker, you might know the way you're used to say things, and you probably don't know the rules, the grammar rules, you know, and things like that. This book will help you academically, Chamorro academics. Maybe I'm looking forward to Dr. Chong grammar. Yeah. So it's very, I believe that this curriculum text is very friendly. Okay? And of course, we have errors, mistakes in there, but like I said, it's so easy to correct it. So it says there, beginning Chamorro 1 and beginning Chamorro 2, listening, speaking, reading, writing, umekumut, kumentus, manaitai, zanmangi. So those are the 2 courses. So initially, the purpose is to promote awareness and use of Chamorro as an indigenous language of the Mariana Islands. The preservation of the Chamorro language at the post-secondary level was the unifying catalyst that brought together the 4 post-secondary institutions who offer Chamorro as a language course. Okay? So the other thing about this is that it is an introductory course with emphasis on oral competency in the Chamorro language. Basic grammatical structures are covered as students learn how to use the language correctly in everyday conversational texts. We also work with the spelling, pronunciation, reading, and writing in Chamorro. The course meets the foreign language requirement for some associates and bachelor degree programs at NMC. It is a 4-credit course. I teach the course every Monday and Wednesday evening from 6 to 8. Okay? I teach the 102 on Saturdays. It's a 4-hour course. So the 101 has taken a great improvement in attendance and enrollment. We're still working on the 102. We seem to be graduating a lot of students who have taken the 101, but as soon as they finish the 101, it's like there's no more gusto to go to the next level. Because it was just introduced to you, and you're just learning the basic. We get in 102, you get in deeper, okay? So I always in my class, I say, oh, would you like to register the next semester? I'll think about that, miss. Okay, all right. So maybe they don't have plans yet on what they wanted to do in the future, but I'm really like telling them, hey, you will become a great teacher of the Chamorro language, you know, if you continue to do that. I'm very happy because I think I'm doing my part as who I am as a Chamorro person. Because at the elementary level, I am the strong advocate for us to do the immersion, the Chamorro and Carolinian immersion, the baby ones. And then I have the advantage to see at the very end at the college level. And you see the difference where you can really, the kids can really learn if they're taught. And then you see at the very end at the college that there is that desire to learn their language. So we need to, I guess, to take advantage of those, and let's do more to make our kids really make their language and culture important for them too. Okay, so overall, this project really took off because we wanted to develop a consistency, okay, across the post-secondary institution that teaches the Chamorro language course. Okay, so when we first piloted this Chamorro curriculum textbook at NMC, and at the same time, I know that it was piloted at GCC as well as at the UH and also at University of Guam, UOG. So these were the feedback. Once, you know, people are looking at it, one mentioned, wow, this is awesome. Now I can study Chamorro at home after class. They have the reference in their hand, okay? I'm a Filipino, but this book will help me learn Chamorro for this class. And another comment. Why doesn't the public school system have a textbook like this? My son tells me that they are only doing beads every day. So I teach him what I learned from this course with this book as my reference. This is a parent talking. Okay? The Associate Commissioner of Instruction and Assessment at the public school system, mother of one of my students at the college, saw the curriculum textbook and asked the son, where did you get that? I want to look through it. And she said, this is a good book. Okay. Another comment, I really like reading the dialogues. It is good to practice the Chamorro way of speaking. I love reading the Kadada na Historia and the Chamorro songs. I learned telling time and saying it in Chamorro the correct way. So I also wanted to share a few clips on the ethnicity or the group of students at the college. So pretty much we have the Carolinian students in the class, Chamorro, other Pacific Islander, Asian, and others. So, you know, for every class, the total amount of students is capped at 25. So in the beginning, I will have 20, 18, 19, and I was alone. For last spring, you know, there's a spike. Because I had 40 students, and I said, huh? Isn't there another language that you guys can take? No, we want Chamorro. Oh, thank you very much. So, you know, I went to the chairperson of the Language and Humanities and I said, there is a problem. You know, I cannot teach this language with 40 people looking at me. So, I want to ask you if you will add another instructor. And lo and behold said, oh yes, we can do that. Oh, thank you very much. So yes, it got split. Now we have 2 sections. And I said, wow, there's an improvement. What is it telling us? You know, what is it telling us about what our students at the college wants and need? Okay? So, now I have my partner. You guys know him. He came back from the US. Si Dr. Alfred Adam. So I recruited him, and he says, you know, siya, apa si Tamano? You know, apa patausa? You know, and I said, relax, okay? You can do it. You have been an instructor, a teacher, so now I'm very happy. So now the college offer more days. So if you cannot make it on Monday and Wednesday, you can come to the Tuesday and Thursday. Isn't that magic? That's wonderful. That's an improvement. Okay. So, we wanted, you know, the college every time, at the end of the course, every semester, they do an evaluation. So, I'm just sharing a little synopsis on one of the evaluations. So, the questionnaire is, I found the class interesting. The ones 84.6% strongly agree. Okay, that's from the student. And agree is only one person, which is like 7.7%. So, interesting, huh? This is different people, not just Chamorros. About the book. The textbook should be used again for this course. That's the questionnaire. Strongly agree, 100%. So that is really says it all. The kids using this textbook know it, and it's like, okay, I learned from this book, it's easy, and I can learn more with this. Okay, so those are the 2 things that I wanted to share from the student perspective. So now, you know, in every things that we start out, of course, we will have challenges. Okay? So I wanted to share that all of you know that Chamorro is an oral language without standardized pronunciation or writing systems. So within the Mariana Islands, there is much controversy over the merits of one system over another. Okay? And you heard about those examples earlier. Okay, I don't need to elaborate more. So in preparing this first ever curriculum, college level, Chamorro linguistics, we the authors, okay, and better comprehend the Chamorro language through a series of culturally significant lessons. So we also recognize that Chamorro speakers understand each other regardless of regional dialects, of colonial history impact, or of any personal idiosyncratic differences. So while differences in pronunciation exist, these differences are minor and do not affect understanding and communication. So the stresses, earlier we mentioned this, on vowel sounds such as I, or over o over st or este. No? So zoos or zoos are examples of these differences. So lastly, we applied the same writing system utilized by linguist Donald Topping and early writers of Chamorro because it is the system that is known and familiar to us as native speakers and teachers of Chamorro. So I guess, as shared with Mr. Manibor, the overarching approach to the textbook was supported by the Mamfazi panel. You know, it's so funny. We have the Mamfazi panel, and I wanted to share this. I am honored to also know them because I know them. It's just, oh wow. Guess who was on that panel? Yes, Dr. Underwood is the president, and he's always helping us. But on the panel, I see si Candy Taman. Oh wow! Where did he originate from? You know, he's one of the Manfazi. The other one is si Father Jose Villagomez, another familiar face. And another one, Paduntun William Regis, defunto, si Bidlin. You guys remember si Ellen? What's her name? Evelyn. Yeah. So I probably I probably forgot that the faces. It's just like I appreciate all of them because our work will not be complete by having also the elders who have wisdom to share and continue that work, no? And share what they know. So yes, even though manamko ita manbiya sa manbiya, man maulikit. Because Hafa, the young generation need all our wisdom. Okay? And they need it. They need us. And while we can continue to help them, let's continue to do so. Okay. So, like I said, you know, we are not alone with this, and there are other Chamorro linguists in our efforts to seek effective ways to preserve the Chamorro language. So throughout the world, the indigenous peoples and the language preservationists are connecting with the monumental endeavor of saving endangered languages from extinction. So one disadvantage about our language is we are small. Okay, so we need to overcome multiple challenges, such as managing the complexity of the changing nature of language, selecting writing and number systems, positioning competent native speakers to teach the language, and discovering ways to revive and sustain a language in an atmosphere where another dominant language pervades all aspects of society. So, and I would like to keep it that, and I hope you think more, but I would like to show, you know, my little pictures there. If you don't know colors, ikulot siha, inigige otobanda, iotro, figurasya. See? Ano nata medzulo? Debi natatugi instead of shapes, we can improve it by saying figurasya. No? Instead of shapes. So, or we can add it. So I guess pretty much I would like to close is that we are going to, I would like to encourage Chamorros everywhere to discover solutions and methods that will dedicatedly sustain our native Chamorro language. Okay? Si Diyos maasi. So, question nito?
Sa question, senyora lo baka be extender.
Okay.
Undang kululok na si Diyos maasi extendi hujung isi bisa mo pare pamagunta di para makungod sa makumpendi ilingwa kita ini ni manya si Diyos maasi.
Buen provecho, señor José Sánchez. Los namago todo el tiempo y estudiante con el colegio. Tiene na fanhujung de clases hasta que leco, okay? Leco si Dios más hace clase, pues antes de fanhujung leco, apa pensar eso. Thank you. No. Biro taktik. Si Dios más hace, hanjun sana, buen provecho. So, todo el tiempo, so you can actually, push even just little things, antes de fanhujung gaya números ya, lo uno say addition, no, the subtraction with the numbers. There's like 2 dan 5, debe nam oppi jagi numero antes de ojen peta. So little things that you can do will really hammer that little nail, down the me. So, thank you very much for your attention. And I wanted to share things like, okay, student technology ma produce tongkun familia niha. So they know really, for example, famaguon itihahu zan tihuhu siha. Those are the practice that you want them because it's the beginning of writing, So this is products of what we do in the classroom. Okay, our projects too, they produce alphabeton tomorrow. So it's one of the projects to complete the class, They also do PowerPoint presentations or video movie in the making food with the coconut ingredient. Oh, that's fun. Then we have a big fiesta. So we graduated. It's fun, you guys. I love it.
Okay, so you can look. The work is just amazing. Our college students. So.
Sige na mo hobi no doc. Sa ti matututo.
Yeah. Bulag ang doc ko. So, magusto dyan si Diyos Masi sa nahulog ki para maizo na tiningo dyan sinenti na be continua mo na pabiadyo dahil publiko dyan kumilira siya. Adios.
Diyos Masi. Two things sana malagzo be para ta sasayun para muna. Uno iti no ta necessidad para ta tugya ile blue no seguido. Posisi kita na setpisa agas makanogwilo tawza no pina guidelines or curriculum. Dos halsi ang ginugwahan no ne maulik uta certified at lisensya no some mechanism ni para ta siguro na ihafa man makanonagi izagwam awais and winning no afatawlok no standardized ang hafa para mo na. I think it's important for us at para kakweda na ikapitsuli na sulta zani na puntang wiinta para ta fanawwi za magulauso sin manggimin. So I think na para manatati mauli ko ta atan no za tawzo lo Dr. Jesus Masidat sa tana ginin ifinapos mo no ginin mamanawid mangi eskwela no publiko on so we curriculum za Dr. Nazube no para sa University of Guam za University of Hawaii. Jesus Masi. Taza mas question malapagod sa ta no agan hulo I manilunta ginin Guaman za dinadididid pod zunya strategic plan, después tahutso ni programa, pues tafanono tafan exercise. Sitos Masi.
University of the University of Guam, yeah. The University of Guam. Now here's where the commission advocates, okay? Mane entlo ham hungkan gimagahit. And how finally, whenever we see something that needs a little bit of a push, that needs a little bit more advocacy or public notice, no? Edzo imatan mo, minay pago ni isa. Paben ilo, fadzo I manisisita, and then we bring it to light, right? So, at the University of Guam, we discovered that there are more Chamorro majors, okay? That there are majors in the School of Education, in many of the programs that are associated with humanities and social sciences. And yet, the Chamorro program is located, okay, under the language programs. And it is just a program. Pues, edzuna in Hasudzi, za in DCD na paraben patiki mona a full College of Chamorro Studies at UOG. So we invited the president, the new president of the university, to come and meet with us in one of our meetings. Za in gagaw kausinya matsokwi este. Interesaw ha lo, pura put salapi, right? So we decided we need to do other things to bring this to light. Kusetsu pa ako in hamzo in sasangan na paratafan mumudzi no mona. Hami in sasangan na paratafan patiki mona. Parewa no, imumudzi sa ni patiki. So we need to give it a little bit of gas, no, para sige mona. So these are the kinds of things that the Commission is doing. We're using our mata, edi no tiningota yakadokta, no, para tali hafa sinya no ta sonik mona. Sa manisisita adzudo, todo este programa siya si zonas nika. Asa nga ganiham na gof malago at sogi tagin nilo toza sa lapi. Pues anay man gigiguham man bisita ni speakers ni presidente inumienta ha na gagi si zona sa gof nisisita sa lapi para yung programa sa ti man maloham tipot man tayo mamaloham lo esta man tafuham ni este na siyenso no pues edso na our enthusiasm and our passion is like outside. You gotta feel excited about this. Lo esta man ang kwen na ilokwi. Esta man ang ko hit. Lo gay pudet esti man gay idat. Sa manyay na hit. Pusta usa na ipudetta. Za edso in tsetsikwi pa ako. No in iisa ipudet mommy. Para tanak klaro hafa mas importante gitanota. Anti lingwahe, anti kultura, pues hafa, no? Pues edzo mas no muna kalhupuluham itatanong wow, tulog ko lo edzo mas an uhongan may sa so hafa betsogi o Madigo to kimitik tabi na klase, no? Possesta, a 4-year plan. We shared this at the request of Joe Lemus when we were here last time. Si Joe mamaisin ko siya in we i-commission Izumami strategic plan. Zagi magahit katungan na we have to report. Ezi magogot sa Lapino. They always require written documentation. What are you going to do? What are your extended plans? How are you measuring whether your plan is being implemented? And so we developed a very simple system. We have a strategic plan, a 4-year strategic plan that's totally aligned with our mandates. Katot season mommy mandate, so we have 14 goals in our plan. And every plan, as you can see, and every part of our plan, Cosinyo liesi? Okay. Pues este finini na column Winnie, it's a mommy objective. So there are goals. Every goal is aligned with one of our mandates. And then underneath each of the mandates are objectives. Ti pareho to di goals. Gwana ba na gwa 10 na objective, gwana ba na gwa 5. But we list our objectives. And then we identify our desired outcomes. Hafa malagu mami, para huzong gwini na objective, no? And then we take year by year and we identify the outputs or deliverables that can be realized to meet our desired outcome, which fulfills our objective. So the desired outcome is like an operational statement. You know, because objectives sound kind of lofty, no? Establish rules of conduct. We were required by law to do that. So one of our desired objectives is to adopt and implement rules that guide meetings and operations. So we have an operations manual now with some of our rules of conduct, which we have to produce to the legislature. So we did this. And we, in 2017, which is when we started, we developed and published rules of conduct, and we continue to review and update our rules of conduct. Propose organizational structure. Sa ma-establisahan lautaza structure. So we had to establish an organizational structure, which is what we did here, and so on and so forth. I'll go forward to some of the more interesting aspects of our work. Okay. Eko office na gago lo, kanan? Tuwag kang usang ang listik computer na kalan arthritis ko. Pareho ni owner. Okay. Pues pa ako no hire administrative staff. This is still part of our objective, our goal 1.4 hire administrative staff and procure contractual services. Pues in patiki mo na i-budget para bin fangoni tauto. And last fiscal year, we were able to hire 3 staff members. Un secretaria, or secretario, un salahi, un AA, an administrative assistant, and then a specialist, a program specialist. Manaya Masalapi, so we're going to be able to hire 3 more professionals to operate the Revitalization Center. Pusia Pagu Fangaigi Revitalization Center, and they're going to be operationalizing the objectives of the center. No? As you saw, as we read earlier today, one of the requirements is to establish, 1.8 is to establish a strategic plan. So, mas no kalanzo si tizaho si Hitler na class in analogy, no? Lo heko mas no matanga gi magalohi lo si magalohi as toga. Okay, lo gota gui sigue utsoni que esta kimana esta quince zaman retreat ham. Pues cuando ven a 2 días, cuando ven a 3 días, lo sumanga ham esta ki insegui. Is Mommy strategic plan update, zani implementation strategy. Kada semana kasi man meeting ham. Lo ti futma na klasin meeting, ti man papasiyang yenso na klasin meeting, lo kada semana man no na. Sa gof importante para siya no i-tsetsu mag-continua. Okay. The second of our goals is to continuously study and update the orthographic rules of the Chamorro language and to provide notification to public and private institutions or updates to the Chamorro orthography. Esta si Hope no, we've had 2 cycles of training. Sa esta iminates na cycle para todo i maestra sa Chamorro. Todo i gagi gidioi na maestra, 150 na maestra puma kwenta, and we're going to familiarize them with the small updates that we've made. It's Mommy Orthography untunga no na Disney 1971, ma-establisa Mariana's Orthography, edzun isa, lo ma-update in 1983 dididi, ma-reorganize, cosa kisinya mas user-friendly finokwentos, no? And then we verified or validated that orthography when our commission came into existence with a few tweaks. Pues siga in mas manapino ne kada review process. Okay. Lo estipago para tanatungo itauto hafa mauusa. Pues in Goha meeting no i-meeting mommy todo man mababa i-meeting mommy, no? Their public meetings was gonna be na man gago I maestra siya, mas importante, kausinya fan meeting gi atrasaw na ora, cosa kisinya man matto. Pues gui edutalo, into like kay oran mami, para fan halon i maestra siya magpueskwela, no? Pues tayo na klase, we're constantly trying to be customer friendly. Mazudahan, dongklo na si Jus maasi Cindy, sa todi tempo azudahan para connect, finukwento sa ni oficina siya, pues hago, muna posible dongklo na si Jus maasi gininami loke. This is an ongoing process. Samtung ambi purigwa dididi differential, no? Our orthography is slightly different. Orthographies don't make or break the relationships that people have with each other, no? Ihagata mismo haga, no? Itiniwata put Chamorro mismo, right? Ipalabrata mismo, isinanganta mismo. Pues antita, ang guaha diferencial ni masangan niya ipalabra, pa madilitea ipalabra. Ta respeto ito, right? Malago ito na pabisangani hamzo hafa na gof input panti madilitean Chamorro para hami. Sa fanant yung humok esti trabia, sa sinya yung comprendi, sa hafa lo na makapitaliza, C, sa H. Man gof maulikham na estudyante. Capitalize the first letter of every proper noun or the beginning of a word in a sentence, right? Taza C, if you look Chamorro, right? Lo woha esta CH, no? That's one letter. Get alfabeto, CH. Pues para ta usa CH as one letter, edu no hinasun mami na debidi ta kapitaliza ang matutuhon i-sentence o sino ang no proper noun. Pues edu na i-kapitaliza i-CH. Parewa ani NG. Gua fumaisin ham kumekiling mo goha NG palabra por kapitaliza ohi. Ang gagi gifinedi na palabra sentence edu na kapitaliza. Pues no. Give me an example. Naya na ponhano para niya nango, right? Naya na ponhano ngayon as an NG makapitaliza sa i-primer palabra gi sentence, no? I-primer letra hanggang i-primer letra gi. Lo primer palabra sentence, ha. Kung tumami, kung comprendi ko, sa guwapo ti maestra Chamorro, okay? Na historia na banda na nagaigi i-minute ko to, okay?
Typo no, dapat sunod.
Ha?
Typo.
Typo. Okay, typo. Okay. Ocho na explanation. Okay. The commission to reaffirm not only the spelling of the word Chamorro, but also the meaning of the word Chamorro, okay? Because part of our responsibility is to examine the meaning of words, and taibali palabra, we have the power as co-creators of our language, right? We have the power to change a word. Now, as part of our whole decolonization effort on Guam, as part of our effort to decolonize the way we think, sa Guanabena, inasotano, puri esta mapolo giletblo, puri esta matugi edzo. Loti palabras zuus esti, right? Na palabras ta, sinhan matulaika. So, we have made it our responsibility, we've accepted the responsibility na ang guha palabra sa gofti klaro tay guhi I punta ng fuuna, no? Intulaika, guha hobin matud para komisyon za asangon iham hafa na rason na magagago if manhobin na matulaika naan pontan zan puntan zan fuuna. Sa golf klaro ginagaw niya. Pontan, there's a meaning to pontan, right? Toza, no meaning puntan, it's a Spanish word. Punta is a Spanish word. Lo pontan is a Finoaza word. Pafa kumekli niya, ang manyuso nizuk. Regeneration. Okay? No? Ihaibiha. Pontan itu no kafananaan.
Pontan
Giguna poto.
Pues giguna mulasong pan
Humunzun din kikil.
Después es una
Humaygi. Lo si puntan mate. Sa anay mo mate, anay mate, edzu na usay tatautonia inisa ni itilunya as forna para patina sitano, sanitasi, santodo. Pues the creation story. Pues edzu na anay magagohan pa rin consideras ti. It was a brilliant suggestion. It made sense in the 21st century. The word pontan still exists in our language, no? And portingin za para bababa. No, the word fuuna, toza tumuo hafa kumekiling niya. Lo gofklaro ifona, right? Gofklaro ifona. The first woman, mofona, no? The first creator of life. Edzuna intulaika inaan para pontan san fona. Okay? Lo iman hopin ma-approach i-commission sa mafaisan ang kausinya in considera Pues eso na ilaliko. Pues puni palabra Chamorro. May kay na research matsogi no pun na palabra. Tihita umagan may sahit Chamorro, no? Na i-Espanyol. Si Robert Underwood Gizonia no research a discovery na desde 1830 mauusa palabra Chamorro para hita. Po sa antes maagang hit natibo, native population type na klase Indios, edso maagang itautotono. Pues bula no mauusa Chamorro in the Hispanic world. Naantaw-taw Chamorro. There was even in Bolivia, no, Fana? Si Violeta Chamorro, exactly. Ano yung manudso pa Mexico, pura mabibindi Chamorro. Ang gofongan zo, hafiksi na mabibindi Chamorro. Penangwaka, Chamorro, gifino Espanyol. Shank, edi shank, no? Pues that's another meaning for the word Chamorro. Another meaning for the word Chamorro is shaved head, right? Shaven head. Another meaning that Marjorie Driver, we had many discussions about this with Marge when she was still alive and at the University of Guam's Micronesian Area Research Center. The word Chamorro is likely to have been applied to Chamorros because we were like Moors. At the same time that the Spanish were making their way in the Pacific and colonizing us, right? Was the same time that the Moorish invasion took place in the Iberian Peninsula. And so we look like Moors, Imorro. And so that's another explanation of the word Chamorro, right? Like Moros. So we in the Commission decided, okay, what do we do with this word in the content of nation building and in the content of decolonization. Like the women's movement. Now, some of you may not be familiar with the women's movement or may not care about it, right? But in the women's movement, we learned that one of the ways of reclaiming identity is to reclaim words that describe identity. So her story was, or his story, history, was frequently turned into her story, right?
Her story.
Or mankind became humankind, right? Those kinds of things. And through time, people began to acquire those words more naturally and became part of the regular discourse. Well, we figured that we can do the same thing. We can engage in an act of self-determination, cultural self-determination. We can engage in an act of decolonization by taking a word that meant something not so pretty, okay, and turning it into a beautiful power word. Like, you know, when the blacks took on the word, blacks was like the most calakas thing you could be in the days of slavery, right? And then blacks became colored folk, right? Well, they were first called Negroes, or, you know, the other word. And then they became black, and then they became colored folk, right? And then, in the Black Power movement, they decided, we're going to take that word back and make it a powerful identity word. So they took it back and they became black. So you had Black Power, Black Panthers, yeah, black is beautiful, that good stuff, okay. And then they eventually chose the hyphenated word African American, because black came from their African roots. So to acknowledge their African roots, they chose that word. So honestly, this was very thoughtfully explored and discussed in our commission. Yes, Pat?
I also wanted to share that going back to the Chamorro, capital CH, I'm just looking through our orthography rules, and I remember because I used to teach the orthography rules, and you know, we were finding things along the way. So one of the things that we found out was that you know, some words have 3 letters, so like SCH or NG or GH. So we decided that, you know, we're going to go back to the people that wrote the orthography, because there are things that we're finding out now that should have been written like this. So I would agree the you know, SCH, when you begin it at the beginning of a word, it should start as a capital letter, and it should be written as capital S, capital C, capital H, and not just capital S and then CH.
The whole letter is CH.
And then going back to like what you're saying about words, how words change over time. We used to have our Carolinian villages that, you know, people come in, Spaniards, American, they couldn't say it. So like Chalacanoa became Elalhaloa. I mean, it was Elalhaloa, and then it became Chalacanoa, and Saipan became Saipan, and you know, all those other names of places.
And you're absolutely right, Pat. And we're doing that also with the village names. And you know, Inalahan is Inalahan, Ti Inabrahan, Hagat is Hagat, Hagatnya is Hagatnya. Lo hapon ay matulad ka sa nesta mapadzuni. You know, you have to, it's na monsuit, you know, work it into the masarina sa. Siyempre, humutungit ititas. Lo, you know, our village signs are all corrected now, thank God. Fuera di Aganya Heights. Sa Timan Malawi, itaw to Aganya Heights na matulay ka inanya. Lo, no, you know, it's a tutuhan na inanya. Pues mapolo i-sign tutuhan, give ni park. Sa makonform yan eh. So, lo ang kahuluhan dito kita Aganya Heights. Lo polo, it takes everything takes time, and people have to want it and buy into it, no? Sa ti para ta afuet sa todo itaw. Tapos si Pulit Chamorro, So we decided, Taza and I double our finota, right? So we got rid of the R. Lo tasasangan sa Chamorro, di Chamorro, right? Pues edso na yung deciding na parbeni sa U. And it was codified. So that is the official spelling of the word Chamorro on Guam. Okay. Lo intingo anay na, you know, different strokes for different folks, and you guys will have to decide how fa malagot mitso. Lo claro, na todo sayat na tautotono. And that's what our people call themselves. Tautotono. Pues, you know, ta acceptahan na i differential. Lo gof malago ham na pabena. Tungo hamzo. Hafa na rason na ni isa za with great pride. Sa in sulit takti palabra, and we made it our own. Sa toza Chamorro gifino Espanyol. Chamorro hunggan. Lo toza Chamorro gifino Espanyol. Pues eso na importante sti para hami. Okay. So let's continue on, because my gehilo is signaling me na esta malulofan tiempo. Okay, za wenti matu ke todo, no? Okay. Benatsadi ka, este okay? Esta no. Oh, goha green inside. Okay. Pues este goal 7, develop standardized culturally relevant curricula for mandated courses in Guam schools and institutions of higher learning related to Guam's history, language, and culture. Under this role, under this goal, this mandate, we have been able to realize a lot of dreams, okay? This mandate requires us to actually a little bit, the curriculum that is being taught in the English medium schools, okay? Because it doesn't say in Chamorro medium curriculum, it just says in curriculum regarding Guam's history, language, and culture. So we have been able to advocate very strongly for culturally relevant pedagogy. And the Department of Education, in partnership with UOG, with the spiritual guidance of the Comisión Fino Chamorro, is developing for the very first time. We're competing with Macmillan and Houghton Mifflin and all those big textbook companies. We are producing our own K through 5 social studies curriculum, which is place-based. And it's going to teach our kids about Guam, about the Marianas, about Micronesia, antes de matungo, the names of the states and the capitals of the states. David yung di memoria, inaan itanota siya, dyan capitals, villages, inaan villages, and inaan para it's sacred places, gitanota, among other things. They're going to learn about our plants, itong kun nizo, dyan itong kun dokdo, dyan itong kun lemay, antes di matungo po sequoias in San Francisco. Sa Pogo, second grade, esta matungo nagwa redwoods. Sa San Francisco, lauti matungo fa tongkun lemay. Pues edzo para ben tarabira todo. And that is one of the things we're working on. We're also working on changing the requirements for teachers, for Chamorro's teachers, to kind of uplift the standards. Right now, the Chamorro teachers are telling us that the other teachers don't consider them real teachers. Okay? If you use the criteria of what is real to be equal to a degree in Chamorro studies, they're just now getting degrees in Chamorro studies, right? But if we have a school, if we have a whole college of Chamorro studies, that is going to change dramatically. And there are more students, as I said before, in the Chamorro studies program, more majors than there are in most of the other colleges in the University of Guam. Can you believe that? So that's the most persuasive evidence that this is an important area for people that our young people want to specialize in. So that's another way. The other thing is that we have helped Hurao develop their goals for their curriculum standards. So that's immersion, right? And we help the immersion program establish the what you must teach in order that this be a valid Chamorro program, a Chamorro culture program. So those are the kinds of things, it's of the values, importante. Now the thing that we're grappling with, and we have to deal with this, is that a lot of parents want to send their kids to immersion, but they're afraid that their kids, when they go back to the English medium schools, are not going to be able to be at grade level. So what we're doing now is we're exploring ways to help our teachers, our Chamorro language teachers in the regular English medium schools, to come up to the standard of being language arts, of being language arts teachers, so that they're teaching language in the way that language needs to be learned as a second grader, as a first grader, as a third grader, as a kindergartner, so that there's easy transference of skills, okay? This is going to take us a little time, and we have to demonstrate, we've promised the teachers, and they've taken it on good faith, that their kids will be prepared. You know why? Because all of the research for the last 20 years has demonstrated to us that when children learn in more than one language, they always do better. They always do better in English achievement tests. So there it is. We're not going to be the exception to the rule. We're going to be part of that rule and demonstrate to parents that it's perfectly okay and much better for their children to be in English, in Chamorro language programs. Okay. Basically, I think this covers it. You heard about our virtual archives. We're collecting materials electronically. Papimpelo gi sagan finanta. Lo todisti. This takes a lot of energy and time, and we're slowly building the cadre of human power that we need to get this thing going. And so we really take joy, honest to God, we take great joy in being able to collaborate with you. And man danya hit, mas man met good hit. Mas siya na uwa adalah tumona. Please ask any questions. Do you have any questions about our strategic planning process? Yes, sir.
Toza question lo waha uripara di finomo. Izomo presentation number 1. I-mandate na ma-require anzo para fan matumagis and bisita izumizo counterpart clinic. Minados yung sasangan na ikomensyante estigwe ikomensyante Guam and madisidi hofa madisidi pues i-decision nito matumagi Marianas without or Northern Marianas without kinimprindin mommy in effect no hanafan mamangangham the watan because in the city estanay kumensyante the hamitin tingo zaman Chamorro pues ahongangam dura manafay sing question how far to my mano law pago na dia incomprende na jangin wahay in the city hamdo do the city ahongang ham mana-question ham sa toda komunikasyon. Pues again, punay un-explica how fast tay rason na tumay gugunesti, iun-hohong ang ham, sa mana-question ham without komunikasyon, malagro pa ba extendesti na hinaso para hamdo. na ginhofa na desisyon put palabran sa Moro in attitude na pagkumbida loko izon manggayi ko ini za indiskuti hantis din fan mama desisyon sa hodzi man inafekta ami ana fan mama man am hofa na gotpia magkapido CH dapat ana inhingog later on kisinya bain fan maupisa kalan man masan pa ben at sa telefon za ben organ no of a kuminsyante na in capital is CH. Pues I guess wevesti finatumizo no sinya giman mamayla na tempo na in ang waha desisyon para tinilay ka gihofa na palabra tibaba in organ loko esti manggay ni za uway na komprendi masya debati za kusaki bain fangumfort mi loke gihofa tais perfecta gimamayla.
Lo izumami orthography no ti parewan izumizu pues indicidi para hami gizaguam sa esta indicidi hamzugi 2009-2010 lo hami na lo quick in un hongang un tulay ke izumizu za ti makumbida guam ay para u participa honggan lo hinangan guana ba naman susustuin no lo edso na malago na para tafandanya todo tiempo that good news ana insangani presidente niga zan speaker niga na sa mafaisa na ham diretso hafa malago mizo sa edso like mommy para tafan adanya sa tafan sudah tanah good morning it's sota kausinya waha idikalan formalized relationship between the two commissions sa gofzanya ito na idea za ilenya na para kunsigi mo na winina banda za estay bandan mommy in often sumafana in Lanyonsi salat para ang guwapo ito ni Don pues esta kalan mauling muna no es una idea para ben no todo el tiempo para ubaha sharing dos banda hongga pues por favor soporte sa anti manhudung edu siya sa resolution para legislation kalan manisisita di no fuerza pues remamay por favor
pues ifinain na hinaswa ni utugi si Senyor Melvin poco ka para dialogue para kumbesahan gitinituhon ahit ti para esta kan comprending sempre natural na takumpapara itse mizo jan itse mami ta espia empeño ni para ta togi otro when solucionan si Dr. Sandy John Gizaguam na afamon na project mauli Ngayon sina pinili na tafan aktungo di project that na successful na pues na tasigi matuka di man makut di wisdom teeth ni tisisina taola mo ni nakusta setong galong iluta no pues no hasul ek dictionary pues kulano estamos 80% mo na ni dictionary mizo Kaza na mungkin ba uno ni Department of Chamorro Affairs lo dahil nasokpo na dictionary mizo Chamorro. Pues hami dictionary mami Chamorro English. Pues asanganyo si Dr. Chong Linoy Chamorro English is mami. Isle po mauli pentilo mo to UOG yung kumbida papa UOG Press in Saipan penis agwaman no phrases sa lokpi. Karahami ni pa ba imprenta yung dictionaryo. Pagka sa dictionaryo ni para ma-imprenta. Pues, ito na ilan sina okto siya na crossing. By the way, tama no sa ngayon si Dr. Rehiden na gagi gini. Si Dr. Pidi, the National Endowment of Humanities, gagi gini di Saipan. Waktu dia gan. Sa ginagawa. Anyway, sina bentin deka digiti. Offer na oportunidad para unang salakpi. I mean, offer na grant na available pa hamso. Logi, Melvin Sangonyo pina. We just wanted a dialogue na alista si Melvin para. Oh my goodness, 2 días ito na conferensya. Nasa patasogya, patasongan. Pues na slowly. Nandito pa halas din siya. Hindi niya. Patasogya. Pues edyo na yung presesentas ni sa. Sa dialogue. Nasusunyan siya. Kaya sa umenta, asangan, at bigyan tayo sila niya.
Ani umumong ka dispensa por favor hazin amo da lusa.
Si Congressman Puri.
Un menciona el palabra hiningan o mahungan namin. Dice su ikapisión di Zaguan. Kaya ito na storya. So mauno ito na binili intigi ilablo para i-korehusiya sa niya Universidad Hawaii, no? Sa niya i-korehusiya. GCC di Zaguan, Universidad Hawaii. Pues hanggang mabangit din ni direksyon Dr. Faye Antalan ilang grant muna posible estinato jam na mabuka sinato mat tu sina di mana pang sa buah ada dunia kino buah ada dunia pamagon di sini matsuli pa ikimania jadi po bahungo ka galong waktu lo sini mamantene na bluza matsuli pa ikima jadi siya sini manalungo maju na kung todo ma-impacti pamilya sa ni makatsunia. Daman manungumos. Palabra hiningan. Yan isigin sa ekwi sinasotso di Zaguan, Hawaii. Mapatuwa-tulok ko sinakinuhan di Zaguan, no. Daman aasudan, sige-sige muna. Resultumus, munhaja ni Zetsu todo, ihaga su tagapia intaktiji. In mismo tagapia ni Marianas intaktiji na tinigil. Ane monodan toda jona sotu jo moron da tuli si Dr. Faye Antalan. Ane analisa toda jo ling STB ite monisetsu planta hujung natanai famagun jo machobi. Ane indisibi matulai ka todo di tagofia taibi autografia ni Marianas nagaibi autografia i sinama. Ja eno toda kwa lo ipalabra hiningan anyway sinentin mami di Zaguan. Eno nga. Sa hada simpa na estudantin mami ni autografia Marianas dan motto aju siya na kopya kumikieled mo na benai usin pamagun mami no aju god pinisika ben na bigi mo dati aju ju mami autografia malaga una be patsesti di sa pudian yung sanga tadi na pinitia ay adelo quick Marcel pinitia no na action.
Wahu sainan no puriuhu mo kestigi urija no zailiku baitsuli ibos imazulia dan bailagnus na dia sa wahu magumprendio na ifinatun nito magu sa gigwao pesinamenti hu baba i corazono pabe ikumu kamdu dabei comprendi amdu manginin maman amdu mogi Dako sa kwisinya tafanasi.
Dadang kilo na si Diyos maasin. So, no sa naya po tinidad no kina den pati gizam do sinentin mami. Ni ay Diyos Maria say gopi.
Pues man ahong ngit.
Man ahong ngit. Man ahong ngit. Yes.
Man ahong ngit.
Diyos Maria.
Questo sono mentre svanavo ngayon Ibagaan niya yung tutuni yung dictionary, no? Intingwa na gwa, hasta sumotsubi yung dictionary kisa guwang. Bisa ji official. Sa utunga na ito, na ito jan no mentres matutsubi so ne, no tasa ni man makaisin no pihami. Yuni kita Saipan, pat kita lutan tinian, hafa no malagumami, pabinlahan no. Lo ka ni parami, lo man inadulo na kihami para binsegi ilat diyan sila dictionary. Pues distikan man yan lupi, fondo. Sige na yung disili para binsegi dictionary. Mientras binsegi dictionary munhadjan i official. Pues ani munhadjan i official insan agradesi sa insili lokti zain atan. Hafa siya na palabra, lusinya manahon ng musulman dictionary. Lo Mesti mana ahungan kumikilig niya na Pwede ba may kwentos yan eh. Sa dali, mambisilahin makanya. Pues este pa ako eh. Este pa ako, sige pa ako tinitipon. Tinitipon ni iman atingan. Takan atingan eh, tori tempo pwede lingwahi. Yung tulaki orthography yan eh. Katulad ka, letras yung Jatsaki Dictionary. Ibe po na komisyon na liman ako naman sa intulad ka yung orthography yan. Kusigan mana ato like kani lo isti pago may sa ta na ato brandi sa kada patasobi aka ko hakam mo ni na subi so tikita kaya niya na David ta tijis ki tibin sa wanan so panta tiji lo hafay na subi so pago sang ginti man pareho di na sota mo di kani no sa pino Laura murahit man sa moro ta kumpenda pino sa moro so kata tugi eklo Tunga na sa moro, you know. Pues preno ali no tanafan akong perdi sa tafan akong perdi. Tafan arispeta sa mga na ginasisiguri. Kalawiti, classes di kapto C, kapto H ne. Lo estaban mo mga namin ni kapto C ha. Sa lo siga ta continuous na discussion. So tunga na di Sabado kung meeting tayo sa siguro pino na konferensya di ba nakakita ni
Sidus masih lo manhideng ngangit lo kulan wahu mahungan kulan agagas ta mata di pilomito lo by touristin na putinra lo kita by sangan na the purpose of this dialogue is that we will cohesively come together as one and communicate, foster communication in our regional differences for the betterment of our Chamorro and as well as our stakeholders. And we will respect each other. Whatever decision that we have, we will continue this dialogue. This is not just the first and the last, but there will be another dialogue. And we want to impress our dignitaries from Guam by showcasing what we have that relate and have a connection to our Chamorro language as well as our Carolinian language and the culture. And with that, we will conclude our program today, and I humbly ask everyone for a photo op so that I can have data to show to my governor and the lieutenant governor, as well as the public. Can we leave your, can we take picture in front of your strategic? Sure.
Open for question and
I forgot to mention the, I asked everyone to please humbly fill out the survey for today and submit it to Claudia or Gina at the back. Thank you.